All right. We're back with Harvest Moon. We're about halfway through summer. Let me start the timer. And I'm hoping to finish it today. Summer of year 2. Whoa, what a streak. Thank you, Vody, for the 3-stream streak. Pretty much the craziest streak I have seen ever. Boo-boo. I thought maybe, Green Pen, you were going to get the child named after you today, but I just realized I think it's at the end of fall, not the end of summer, so... Either tomorrow or the day after. Wait, is today Thursday? No, today's only Wednesday. So yeah, Thursday or Friday. Hello, cows. Do. We'll probably not stream next Monday, because that's when I'm going to be working on my next Nintendo Awards video, and those are just harder to make. So no multiplayer stream next week. You know what's funny about the Play Choice 10? I was just thinking about this, because we're kind of on a third-party streak right now with the summary videos. More multiplayer streams? No, I said no multiplayer stream next week. I feel like... So, like, right now we've got, what? Quirk, Stealth ATF... that tennis game, which I guess was pretty memorable in its own right. But, I feel like the Play Choice 10 actually gave us the better third-party NES games than a lot of the, published in Europe games did. But I guess that kind of makes sense, because a lot of the biggest games on the system that got to the Play Choice 10 were ones where the publishers were able to publish it themselves globally, because they're a big enough company. Usually it was the slightly more obscure, but still good enough games that Nintendo would publish in Europe, generally speaking. There's some hits still, too, but I think it's a general trend. The Play Choice 10 gave us more of the better third-party stuff on the NES than Nintendo of Europe did. Bank-A-Link still has medium-tier milk. Soon. Today, maybe even. I would hope. We'll see. I also don't even think actually, I don't even think the stuff Nintendo of Europe was published was necessarily bad. They're just, like, less known, if that makes sense. Maybe that's the more accurate way to put it. They're not as popular games. Because I've liked some of the stuff that they've published, too. You know, like that stretch of Paw Xanadu, Battle of Olympus, Guardian Legend. Those were all pretty good. What are Nintendo of Korea's doing now? Like, they're not really publishing games anymore. Did they kind of give up, or did they have enough of a foot in the market now that they don't need to do as much? I guess they never published a ton there anyway, but feels like it was like just the DS and that was it. Still funny to me that I'm going to be playing Sonic Rush Adventures, but not Sonic Rush because of that. I definitely like Sonic Rush more than Sonic Rush Adventures, too. I've already played both. was wondering where the last cow. There's two of them up in that corner. Slowly walk up to the top. I do wonder how much time would be saved if it just wasn't so laggy. Great. Oh, I got it. I don't know how it decides which one I milk, but... Next we do chickens. Man, remember when I thought chickens would be the tedious one? Apparently 10 years ago, they laid off. Oh, Nintendo of Korea. So it does seem like... Well... I guess that still doesn't completely answer the question of, is that because Nintendo doesn't need to push as hard there, or is that because they've given up? Hello, Nino. That sounds to me more like they're not trying as hard, just because they don't think it's worth it, but maybe Nintendo has enough of a foothold there now. Because I don't think they've published anything exclusively there, at least. In a while. They had net loss? Okay, so it does sound to me like they're, not doing great at getting a foothold in Korea. South Korea. Interesting. They tried. There's your egg. Let's deal with crops next. This is a day where I have to do a lot, because yesterday I... didn't get the 13th? 13th? 23rd. No, wait. That day I did a lot. I don't think I need to do that much every time. Hello, Confused Mista. Welcome. Perfect. See, if only my horse did that every time. Are consoles even that popular in Korea? I wouldn't know. Like, is it a place where Sony does well, like they often do in other places in the world? Or is it just they don't actually game on consoles that much in general? I feel like when I hear about Korean games, it's like gachas and online stuff, but I don't know if that's just the stuff that makes it globally popular, you know? Not necessarily the state of the entire industry there. Okay, you know what? That one day where I keep doing, like, trying to get more than 15, I don't need to. I can just stop, and I should, because if you go too long, then you risk, you know, picking one up and not being able to put it in, and rushing it, which can also cause its own problems. Saw a frog, that's a bit of luck. No, wait, happiness. It's a bit of happiness. Hopefully I have enough happiness by the end. I don't know what was wrong with the birthday giving, though. That was weird. Not birthday, anniversary giving. Like my wife forgot my anniversary. Is the 11th of summer just cursed or what? I think I'm pretty safely already by the end of this year going to have done 200 of each crop. Like I'm pretty sure I'm going to get those bonus endings for each crop. If only I wish there was a way to check, but I feel like with how much I get now on a regular basis, I should hit. I think I might have already hit 200 by now, actually. Have you missed gambling? Do you mean have you missed gambling? I have not done it yet today, if that's what you're asking. I don't know if I've seen birds this summer, though, at all. Where's my horse? Oh, disappeared because I went in the building. Right. I just have seen some weeds. When did you get out of here? It auto-corrects to you? That... I have a hard time believing. Because I is a word and you is not. Are you sure you're pushing the I button? Or is it something strange about Norwegian language that would do that? That really surprises me. Yeah, you sure you're not just missing the I button? Yeah, that is true. I and you are next to each other. I still find it hilarious that our keyboards are designed to be as, inefficient as possible because they didn't want nearby letters to be next to each other on a typewriter because that would get keys stuck more likely if you quickly went across keys that were all near each other. So they intentionally designed typewriters, allegedly, I guess, this is what I've heard. They intentionally designed typewriters so that keys that should be pressed near each other are commonly far away, or like are intentionally far away from each other. So where our keyboards are like inefficient and make us move our fingers more than necessary. And that's part of the reason why I think Suji uses Dvorak. Yeah, Suji does that. He just remaps all his letters so he can't look at his keyboard at all, but he's just memorized where they all are. Does your fingers hurt otherwise? I've never had, I wouldn't say my fingers hurt, but... Do, 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 do. Another day done. Another day I come home late. Should get better in fall and summer, though. In fact, it will get better in fall and summer. I might be able to go to bed early in fall, too, if she's inside with the child. Also, wouldn't matter too much. I can still just give her the egg. That's kind of what I'm baking on to make summer and fall just not take as long. 7 streak a week. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Can I configure how many channel points that is? I didn't see that in my options. Do 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 do. Is it called Dvorak because it's the QWERTY letters up there, or Dvorak? I don't think I ever realized that. Do 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 do. Before we gamble, let's see if a few more people trickle in. I don't know if I'm seeing birds in summer anyway. I feel like they were more common in spring. So maybe we should come up with something else. Maybe a frog in the grass that I cut. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of that. That might be too easy, though. I might be always seeing the frog. Dvorak is named after a person? Oh, so it's not. I thought it's like the perfect amount for QWERTY. Yeah, right? Yeah. It's another one of those things, we were just talking about that the other day. One of those things that's like, yeah, it would be better if we all switched to Dvorak and not QWERTY. But changing the world like that in an instant just doesn't happen, you know? All right, Bank of Lank, are you producing the best milk yet? Nope. One of these days. I'm hoping today we'll see it. Then I can stop bringing my brush. There's also no festivals in summer, so nothing even to make the time go by a little faster, because on festival days, I feel like usually they're kind of shorter days than a normal day. Do I know what bank is in Norwegian? No idea. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. The only language I've ever tried to slightly learn was Spanish, and I failed spectacularly because I tried to do it from a book while I was homeschooled. And that is not a way to learn a language. I don't know, maybe some people who have the skill, like who have developed the ability to learn languages well, because I think some people just have developed that skill. You could maybe do it with a book, but a high schooler trying to figure it out on his own did not work well. I hardly remember anything, save for like a random word here and there. Be cool to learn Swedish, but because that's, you know, what my mom can speak. She could definitely teach it if I really wanted to ask her to teach it to me. I'd probably soonest language I would learn would be Japanese for the sake of this challenge. Although Suji tried teaching me the alphabet, and I kind of failed at that too. And not even the alphabet, an alphabet. Or whatever you call it, writing system. I guess would be the way to put it. Did I ever know any Swedish? I used to be able to kind of sing the Swedish anthem without knowing what I was saying. That's been a while since I've done that, though. So no, I don't really know any Swedish. Hello, Wiimotes. Do, do, do. You can sing songs that are in Spanish. Yeah, Asian languages in general are, I think, on the tougher side for an English speaker. Just because the languages themselves don't really have similar roots or anything, you know? Like, we had a guy... We've had a lot of Asian students. I've talked about this before, but we used to have people from across the world live in our house that were learning English. We'd house them and get paid for it from a school. And a lot of people from East Asia, a lot of people from the Middle East. But we had one guy from, was he just from Brazil? I think so. And he spoke Portuguese. And he had so much an easier time learning English than a lot of the other students because he was able to draw so many connections between his own language and English when trying to remember words. Like I'd be like, "Do you know this word?" He'd be like, "Well, no, but it sounds just like this word, so yes." Or it sounds close enough to this word, so I have a feeling I know what it means. Some languages, even some languages that have similar roots and stuff, are probably more alike than others, though. I imagine, too. He was insistent that English was actually easier to learn than Portuguese, but I don't know if that's true or not. He was a very smart person, though. He's a bright young lad. All right, more food. Or crops, rather. I mean, crops food. Ugh, dude, I hate this wall here. Trying to think. Where were all the places we got students from? I want to say it was South Korea. A lot of South Korea, a lot of Japanese. We had some, I think we had some from China and some from Taiwan, or at least like a couple. I feel like those students from the Middle East were mostly Saudi Arabia, but I can't remember. There was more than that. More countries than that. You met all kinds of people doing that too. Some that were very friendly, some that were kind of just didn't connect super, or like didn't really want to connect too much. They just kind of did their own thing, which is, you know, fine too. Some that were weird, but that kind of got along still well with us. All kinds of people. I think it was a good experience, though. For everyone kind of involved. All right. Easy crop gathering. This stuff. See, there was a frog already. I feel like frog might be too easy of a gamble. I don't think I should do that. But we also haven't seen, like, any birds. Like, have I seen a single bird yet? I haven't seen a single drop of rain either. Or a storm, for that matter. I mean, I guess we could do Will I See a Storm by the end of the stream, but not everyone that's going to be there for that. Because typhoons can only happen in the summer. And we saw one last year, but we haven't seen one at all yet this year. I've definitely got enough crops out of the summer. So that's good. I'm glad a typhoon didn't hit before that. There are some places in the US where storms are, like, tornadoes and stuff are a real worry, but I have not lived in a place like that. Biggest concern we have are the inevitable earthquakes, and the occasional that I have seen, but that's it. I suppose that inevitable ones probably are. I haven't seen much, though, myself. I feel like I haven't had one in years. Wait, do they call it a typhoon? Doesn't quite make sense. Wait, what's a typhoon again? Compared to everything else? What's even the difference between a tornado and a hurricane again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because I'm not sure Seems like it's more of a hurricane or something in this, but... The big one. That's what they say. We get a lot of rain here, but it's like never actually that bad. Like go to another place where it rarely rains, but then has a stormy season, and that stormy season is going to be way worse than the rain here. Well, it rains a lot, but it's never all that like serious. Or rarely, I should say. I actually have been around in a I was living at a place where flooding was actually a serious problem, and we had to built like barricade stuff to protect some of the houses around us. But I mean, that's not too common, I wouldn't say. All right. Bring back my cow tools. Go to sleep. Same old, same old. How much money do I have now? I was wondering if I could crack a mill, but I don't think I will, because once winter and fall rolls around, I won't be getting as much money. And then we just have one more spring, summer left. Yeah, I feel like reading is, I would imagine, well, it's interesting. Like, if you're like a baby growing up somewhere, listening and picking up the language and speaking it's probably easier than reading. But I would think when it comes to learning other languages, now I'm not the most experienced in this, I feel like reading is easier than speaking, in a very general sense. You're also kind of allowed to take your time. When you're trying to carry a conversation or even just listen to someone talking, you have to, like, pick up on it. But then there's also just, the variance in how people talk slightly, or the way people sometimes mesh certain phrases or, like, words together when you say one right after the other and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about any of that when reading. Do. I think some of my sisters have tried to learn Swedish. I can't remember if they ever got super far with that though. My mom, let's see. She knows English and Swedish pretty well. Like, she can talk in both. And then she knows some French and some Spanish, really, too. But she would probably say she's not fluent in either of those. Still, medium milk from Bankalank. I just gave that milk to the cow. I forgot that was the thing. You get out of the way. What? Oh, that's Bankalank, right? What language do I hate the most? Gosh, how do I answer that without offending somebody? Like, do you mean hate how it sounds or trying to learn? Or, like, trying to read. Both. I don't know if I want to answer those questions. I'll be honest, when it's come to trying to learn a language, trying to learn all the different, whatever you call it, characters and alphabets and complications of Japanese, that was kind of painful. Or, like, just knowing there is so many. That seems really hard. I don't think it's the only language that struggles with that, though. Like, doesn't a lot of stuff come from China, too? Or a lot of that language, like, the different alphabets and all that? I don't know. I don't remember enough, but... learning all the different characters for everything seems like that would be annoying. Although I guess at some point you have to learn spelling, too. But at least spelling, you kind of have the sound. I'm talking about Japanese, but I'm also talking about, like... I'm assuming Chinese is sort of similar in some ways. Maybe not just like Japanese, but... You hate the German language because a lot of similar rules in your words, so your brain just gets messed up reading it. Yeah, I guess, you know, like, I hear some other languages, mostly Spanish. And an occasional, I see French because of Canadian stuff, having French stuff on it. So I probably am not as exposed to as many languages as people from Europe are. To listen, though? I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that. I will say I do like that Japanese is much more, what do you call it, phonetic or whatever. Like, if I see a Japanese word, I know how to pronounce it for the most part. There's obviously some sounds that aren't one-to-one that are a little more difficult, like the RL or the holding and the holding of consonants and the holding of vowels are a little tricky, but at the very least, you know, I know an A is an ah, which is kind of nice. Stuff like that, or I is E. Oh no, is kanji worse? Ah! Dude, I'm not paying attention. Do 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 do. That's a little weird though, because I'm not even talking about, but yeah, like I don't know, all the writing systems of Japanese are so confusing, so I'm only talking about my limited understanding of what I do know. Bumpa. You know, I've never thought about the overlap of German and Norwegian languages, but I kind of see it now that you mentioned that. Like, not exactly the same, but... How do Japanese people usually spell their names? I'm just thinking names in particular right now. Names are worse? It's kanji in ways that you don't normally pronounce them. Oh boy. So this is the day where I don't need to go quite as overboard. 15 is sufficient here, because I can do 15 today, 15 the next day. Rather than trying to cram 18 or 17. I had a bit more leeway in the next day than I thought I did. Really? How do we always know? Then how do we always have spellings? English spellings for Japanese names. It's because people usually also just share what they're... Why do people use kanji then if it's not as clear as I would think spelling it in like katakana or something? Or hiragana, whichever one you would use. I always forget the difference between the two. Yeah, but with a name, homophone shouldn't really be a concern, right? Or does the kanji they use mean a lot to them? To the names? Or like, does it add a lot of meaning to names? Yeah, right now I'm just talking about names. So I can stop here now. I don't need to try to cram in more tomatoes. No reason to. Do. Oops. See, there's a frog again. It happens so fast. I guess we could say frog in the first grass. Let's see what it is. So that's frog in the first grass there. Like I can understand why with the language you would want to use want to use another writing system that removes all the homophones, but with names, which already seem to be like I don't know. Names always feel like a different part of language, you know? Like you don't have to learn all the names in the English language, but there still are, you know, the common names are all derived from different things and all that. I think it would be easier to because it means counting and it's part of the word suji. the unintentional connection to the Japanese language of Suji's name. You guys want to know something sad? Recently, I've started calling Suji in person on accident, like a lot. I think it's because of the multiplayer streams are really making it pop up into my head more. Sometimes we'll have a conversation and it'll be like, you just called me Suji. And I was like, ah! Wasn't too bad when it was just on stream, but... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... Right, the order of how you say your names. That can just even be confusing from language to language. And then in Japan, too, and probably other cultures, too, I imagine. Whoops. There's some, like, you know... There's some more cultural context as to whether or not you'll use a last name or a first name or honorifics and all that, too. We, like, have some honorifics. You know, things like Mr. or Professor, but... It doesn't seem like nearly as much as Japan does. Hello, Leapster. Also, in English, it's kind of interesting. I've never just thought about this question before. In English, we all have middle name, or at least in the U.S. I don't know, I guess I don't know about every English-speaking place. We have middle names, but is that common globally? I don't even know. Like, do people in Asian countries usually have middle names? I've just never thought about it. Very chill today. Like, chill as in I'm playing another chill session of Harvest Moon, or chill as in it's cold outside. Chilly. I don't think we've seen Bird once. I don't know. I think Apparel was cooked from the beginning. I think whoever told us Bird's gonna appear in the summer was lying. You have 3 middle names? I've heard of multiple middle names before here. I don't think it's super common, but I have a Juan. Middle names, I feel like, are mostly associated with like, a mom getting mad at their child and using their full legal name. I guess often you see middle initial, like my license has my middle initial, for example. Your brother has 2, but you only got 1. Got a middle name, got 2 middle names. Mexican friend of their name rules are pretty wild. I feel like I've heard that, but I like, don't know what it is. Or, like, I've heard about these long Mexican names before, but I've never bothered to understand what the reasoning behind that is. I don't know if that's true for everyone either. Oh my goodness. They just added a new one and people believed it. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Leap. Sure, that is a cultural thing. In Japanese, you often just do last name first. All right, Bankalang, do you have the best milk yet? Nope. A semi-common scenario where people can have 3 of the same. Ah, that cow's split in 2. And they just covered up the entire thing. Move! Move. Ah, aren't I funny? Oh, he just moved out of the way right when I left. You don't have middle names. You have multiple first names. Yeah, so that's actually how my mom is. She calls it her middle name still, but everyone refers to her by her second name, or her middle name, not her first. She shares the same first name as her mother, though, and that's part of the reason why. She's always called it her, just her middle name, but... You are known by your second name? Interesting. I won't say that's unheard of here, but... not as common. Oh, I forgot already, Milk Bank Link. We always thought it was funny. We used to have a landline phone. And, we would always hear everyone's messages, you know, for each other, because they would just get announced to the whole world. And, whenever the library called and said there were books ready for my mother, I would always use her full legal name, and we always thought it was hilarious sounding. It was like an automated message. Does that mean, you losing tips was kind of unfair? I mean, it kind of just means you were a bad bettor. But yeah, kind of. Bump, 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 bump. People said that you could do it, and we all believed them, but I'm starting to doubt. I don't think I've seen a single bird this summer. It's possible, it's really unlikely. So it could have still been possible. I don't even know how to do that. I think you can, but it might be too late. Eh, if you get scammed, you got scammed. You usually call the unused first names middle names anyway in daily speech, huh? You can refund, but only before the prediction is settled. Ah, yeah, so definitely too late. You have been scammed. Actually, I don't even know if it's true. It's possible birds might still be able to appear. And you were just banking on a really unlikely chance. I told you before the bet that it's not common for birds to appear, or it's not as common for birds to appear. I gave you the warning. Can't say I didn't warn you. The hilarious fact to me is that we did get birds the first time you bet and then didn't the second. I might have an idea for another bet we could do. I just want to see a few days of what the RNG looks like. And it has to be, will we get a frog in the first batch of grass I cut? I think today I've seen it like twice yes, once no. I need to give this to my wife. Do-do-do-do-do. Another thing that would be tough for me are languages that have tone as part of the, pronunciation. That's just conceptually not something my body is, or like my ears are used to having to pay attention to when understanding words. It's more, tone is no emotion, not a part of the language. Whoops. Wish I could walk through my horse. That would make this easier. Some trouble when traveling. Just use your full name to avoid confusion. I just chucked that tomato onto the ground. None of y'all saw that, right? I'm not a wasteful farmer. should chop my weeds. You know what I've randomly been doing lately? I know I'm supposed to be playing Kingdom Hearts, but I guess this is my brief break between beating it and 100%ing it. I'm going back and playing one of my old games that I made. It's kind of nostalgic. It's pretty long, too. I used to make RPG Maker games back in the day. I never released any of them to the public. It was just for, like, my brothers mostly and a few friends. Ah. Ah, stupid horse. It's kind of giving me the itch again, though, to make more to them. I was in the process of, like, refining my... So I made three games in a series. Third one never finished. Second one ending had to get cut short for reasons. And, I was in the process of refining my second game as well as just making my third game. But I haven't touched them much in a while. How close am I to beating this game? We are in Summer Year 2, and it will end in Summer Year 3. So, by the end of today, I'm expecting to be done with 6 out of the 10 seasons. Roughly, the day I am estimating that I will be finished on will be... Tuesday of the week after next. That is my current guess. Could be a little sooner. Depends on how long fall and winter take of year 2. I'm not sure about that. But I am starting to get pretty consistent with how long... Like, spring and summer are each taking me 8 hours at this point in the game. So, year 3's spring and summer will also be 8 hours. The big question is, how long will... fall and winter of year 2 take. Fall and winter, or winter took me about 4 hours last session, but, or last winter, but that was before I had full cows. I still had a lot of cows, but I didn't have full cows, but I'm also not brushing them as much, so I may still be able to knock them all out in 4 hours each. If I can knock them out in 4 hours each, I'll be done next Friday, but, it'll all depend. Confused Mista. Whoa, you're on an 80 stream streak too. That's pretty high at this point. Let's hope the save file doesn't get corrupted. It won't. I'm on Switch Online, so. And I am planting save states after every session. In case something goes disastrously wrong. So unless my Switch 2 explodes, and somehow all the data that Nintendo backs up gets corrupted. Actually, do they back up NSO save files? I don't know about that. So, I don't think anything will happen. The only game I'm really worried about on the SNES now is, I think I'm going to be a little more careful. I have some ideas on how to be a bit more careful with my SNES. Sorry, the, link you posted, Leapster, the, Autobot does not like the name of that subreddit, I think. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When I tried to click on it, it didn't work anyway. 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's not. Oh, yeah. Oh, it is an interesting map, though. What if there's a way to pull out just the image? It's whether it's how they name a customer around the world. First name, last name, first name. Where it comes from. Paternal and maternal, stuff like that. Well, there are places that do. The longest I see is places in, it looks like Africa and the Middle East that are given name, father's name, grandfather's name, and then your family name. All right, that's everything. Hello, Wisp the Vulpix. Yep, still farming away. Should be finishing summer of year 2 here. I'm actually averaging a little more than half a season per 8 hours, so I might be able to have just enough of a head start on the... Like, I'm probably going to actually do a day or two of fall today here. So that'll potentially help me get done faster, too. We'll see. Again, it all depends on the cows. I forgot to switch to my cow tools. Not a huge deal. I'm making big money right now. This is where the most money gets made. Is this part of summer. Well, think of a name for a baby. Green Pen is up on the list next, so I think Pen is going to be the name of my second child. Unless you want Gren or Gree. I forgot my cow tools. How rich am I? Pretty wealthy. I was kind of hoping to become a millionaire by the end of this, but I don't think I will. I think I have currently 300K. Probably get like around, I don't know, 800,000 by the end or something, maybe. Maybe a little less. Well, I don't know. There's the winter and fall cow stuff, so. Green, Gren are both hilarious. But Ben's the most appropriate. Yeah, that one makes the most sense. All thanks to the kind cow I sold. I did get a bunch of money for that. 20,000, I think total was how much I made. No, wait. Would have been... No, it was... No, wait. Was it just... No, wait. It was just 10,000, wasn't it? I don't remember already. The legendary cow that I had to get rid of. It was so tragic. All right, let me check the frogs a couple more times, and then we can maybe do a bet on it based on what I see. Two cows woke up and then two cows like went to sleep. Although one of them doesn't look like they're actually sleeping. What are you doing? Are you eating the ground? I think I spend most of my time in the cow pen now, don't I? Or pen? What do you call this? Cow barn? Stable? Oh, Bank is just in the right place. Didn't see there. Still medium. Did you know there's an application on Linux in development that can communicate with the Wii U to replicate the gamepad, so if your gamepad ever breaks, you can use the app instead. Honestly, that would be kind of nice. Although, I guess a computer touchscreen. Because I've tried to think of ways to, or brainstorm ways to stream the Wii U gamepad. I think maybe, haven't someone said that someone's made something? I can't remember. But I just realized not having a touchpad would stink. It's the thing we talked about last year. Oh, but that's not a touchscreen, though. Right? You're stretching because your Pokopia pre-order from Pokemon Center still hasn't shipped, and it's out tomorrow. I'm thinking about getting Pokopia. The problem with it is that, unfortunately, there's another farming sim game in my life that is currently making me not super excited about another life sim game for probably a month or two. So we'll see if I end up getting it. I don't understand what you're saying, Turtle. I'm saying I want something with a touchscreen. I want to be able to stream something that has a touchscreen. Like the Wii U gamepad. Doot, doot. I haven't played the first Tomodachi Life, so I don't totally plan on playing that one right now. I'm someone who likes to play every game in a series. Maybe we're talking about different things here, Turtle. Can you are we saying it can stream? It can be picked up by the computer and the gamepad? Like I can draw on my gamepad and that'll show up as what I do on the stream? Because if so, then yeah, that works. I can make that work. Actually, that'd be kind of annoying though if it has to be Linux, not Windows. Run it on like a Linux phone? Can you run Linux on phones? Dude, why does this happen sometimes? Nino won't stop talking to me. Ba-ba-ba-ba. It also would feel weird on a phone and not on a gamepad. I wish there was a way I could stream the gamepad. Oh, shoot. My finger slipped. Yeah, I could do like a VM thing. But no, but then again, wait, so can I stream it to the VM and to my gamepad? Can I do both? Because I need to be able to play it with a touchscreen still. There's still that problem. I don't know, there's a lot of technicalities here that are technical aspects to this that make it seem like it's not going to be very easy. Or potentially possible. Like, how do I stream my phone to the rest and add that to the rest of my stream without just streaming straight from my phone? You did post a video. I saw that actually. Is that does that let you stream the gamepad while using the gamepad? I can't exactly watch the video right now. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-da-da-da. It replaces the gamepad. See, that's kind of unfortunate. That makes me... Oh, this thing's stupid. That makes me a little concerned about how exactly it's going to actually work. I guess I could probably stream a phone to a Windows PC. There's probably stuff to do that, I would think. I hope. But even then, a phone isn't really... Is a phone really a good replacement for a Wii U gamepad? Because you need, like, the control stick and stuff, too. I don't know. I'm not sure this is actually going to work, to be honest. Like, I would need something that is essentially a Wii U gamepad, but that's not a Wii U gamepad. That seems kind of hard. Maybe you could do it with like a Steam Deck or something? Maybe that would work. I don't know if you can stream stuff from a Steam Deck. Yeah, or some, like, one of those PC handhelds. Maybe that would work. The only question then would be, how would I stream from it? Or, like, add that to my stream. Because I also need to hook up my webcam. I need to have my main stream or my capture card. Like, just getting it on another device isn't alone necessarily enough. Can you stream a Steam... Can you play on a Steam Deck? And have it streamed to a capture card? I have no idea. Or any of those PC handhelds. And do those support touch controls? I'd imagine so. Just never looked into it. We'll see. I'm sure the technology will mature even more by the time I get to that point, I would hope. Well, I can't just record it. I have to play. I have to have a touchscreen. So a PC alone isn't really enough. Just outputting the video isn't perfect because I need a touchscreen. And controllers, really. No, but that's still not enough, Leapster, because I would have to then also stream my footage and my camera to the Steam Deck. I mean, maybe that would work. I don't know if it can handle that. And then I wouldn't be able to look at my stream at all. Like, I wouldn't be able to read chat. I guess I could do that on the desktop. I don't know. I'm not sure that's quite as simple as it sounds. Because again, there's also my Wii U footage I need to capture. And by that point, can a handheld computer handle that much? Can it handle the streaming? Can it handle the... I would need to look somewhere else for the gameplay footage, too. I guess I can do that how I normally do it. I don't know. I doubt that would work. Maybe it's possible, but... I wouldn't be able to... I'd have to stream from my device, but also have the game overlaid over it, so I wouldn't be able to, like, see my stream at all. I have no idea what Vid Ninja is. Or Vid Nina? Did you mean ninja? Ideally, I'd be able to stream to it. Wait, no, I still can't remember. Okay, there's still the... Wait. Yeah, something like that would be ideal. Something where I could somehow, some way... Well, can't the Steam Deck already stream to a monitor? But I just don't know if you can play it while it's streaming to a monitor. Can it display on the screen and on the device you're sharing to? Or the... Well... Because I can, in theory, capture the Steam Deck's output as well, but I'd want to be able to see it as well. It depends on if I can see it on the bottom screen and stream it to, like, OBS. Wonder if the Steam Deck's touchscreen would feel close enough to the Wii U's too. Gamepad, because if it's not, then it's a bit of a bummer. The closer I can get to the original type of touchscreen, I feel like the better. The only question I have about screen sharing is delay. I'd have to sync I might have to delay everything so that the stream gets everything synced up at the right time. I don't know how to do that, but it's probably possible. That would honestly, Nino, that would be ideal. I don't know if that would exist. I would love it. That's part of what I hope for, is that it'll just be a common enough thing by the time I get there that someone will have come up with a good solution. This one seems workable, so better than most. And I feel like in theory it could work if they could make it so that it can stream to the gamepad and a Steam Deck or something, or not anything, I guess a PC. Any of that would be another solution that would work. Turtle said it. I didn't quite pick that up. Turtle, you were saying you don't think it supports it, but Fear Navigator was saying it potentially does. So I don't know, maybe you can, Do I have a Wii U and a working gamepad? That I do. Huh, that's a different message. You've been here for quite a while without chatting? That's how I usually am, honestly. When I'm on streams, I'm a lurker. Alright, let me do one more day of looking at the frogs here, and then maybe we'll do a bet. I wonder just with a mod if you could spoof it or something still, though, if it's capable of. Pretending that you're sending something to an independent gamepad that's the same thing. I would think the people making the mod that they currently have could potentially modify it to do both, but I don't know if maybe that's probably easier said than done. If my brain thinks if it's capable of sending out 2 signals, then it should be capable of being done by both. I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure things will develop, like Nino was saying. Something will develop more, or there's potential for things to develop more by the time I get there. We're still a far reason away. It uses a Wi-Fi server. Yeah, it sounds like there's stuff that will work close enough, but maybe won't be the simplest, and it'd be nice if it gets simpler, but if not, I can use what's currently out there, but part of me also kind of hopes it just gets a little easier, too. We'll see. It's still a while away. But it sounds like my concerns about whether or not it's going to be doable. The real concern I have now... Actually, I think I saw people actually have mods for this. My concern is... or maybe not. I have some concerns about... what do you call it? Labo. Because you can't output a signal and run a signal on the screen at the same time. I heard someone modded switches to do that, but I don't think they're active anymore. So that's a bit of a concern, too. It's not a ton of games, but it is something that I currently don't feel like there's any way to capture the footage. You can't even really do, like, You can't even do a camera because you're, like, some of those are attached to your face and stuff like that, you know? But I think I maybe heard of Switch 1 mods that allow for it to run while it's outputting video. But I can't remember if that's what I actually saw or not now. I looked into it recently and saw some interesting things. That's what I'm thinking, you know. I feel like if with a modded Switch, I should be able to do it, but I don't really know. Sure. I don't know if the, like, have people made the software to do that? You'd think it'd be possible, but maybe maybe it's an electrical line that determines whether or not you're displaying to the screen versus the TV. Because if it's an electrical line, then that's not something you can really fix with software. Like, it maybe would have to be a hardware mod. Potentially. And that's a lot harder. Because that could be on the electrical side of things. Do-do-do-do-do. Hey, and Mario versus Donkey Kong. Do-do-do. Yeah, VR headsets can do it, but the Switch isn't really, at least natively designed to be able to output to the screen and another thing. So I don't know internally how the Switch works enough to know if that's a software thing or a hardware thing. Bum, ba-da-da-da-da. We'll see. Switch is even further away than the Wii U, though, so who knows what the state of things will be like at that point, what people will have discovered and whatnot. The only problem is there's just not a bit... Like, the Wii U gamepad, I can see there being a big enough scene of people wanting to, you know, to stream gamepad footage. Whereas the Labo Switch stuff, that's pretty niche. Like, you'd be more likely to find someone who just wants to stream while playing in handheld for the heck of it than someone trying to stream Labo. That's my one concern about the Switch, is I'm not sure there's enough of a desire to create something like that for it to show up, if it hasn't already. Like, worst comes to worst, I guess I just have live footage of me with my face in a box, and that's what you guys all gotta laugh and enjoy at, or like experience. But it'd be ideal to have it so that you guys could actually see what I'm seeing, you know. Some of it could be done with a camera, but not all of it. You know, I only need to get 3 plots of land or grass in a single day because I'm only spending, what, 24? And 9 times 3 is enough to cover that. What if I should just do that? Just do 3 every day? Because I'm pretty sure I'm maxing out my barn. Maybe I'll double check today, but I'm pretty sure at this point I'm cutting more grass than I need. More crops. I think this is one of the big days. Yep. No. Dude, I hate these ones on the edge. Surprisingly complex inputs. If the 3DS not does well, Nintendo still wouldn't be making consoles today? I don't totally know if that's true. They had a lot saved up from the Wii. But maybe it would have incentivized them not to, I guess. I'm not totally convinced, though. That it would have just, like, absolutely killed them. We were talking about this the other day. There's definitely Wii U games I like, but there definitely were some duds on it, too. I don't know. I've kind of a middle-of-the-road feeling on the Wii U. Yeah, if they had two really big Wii U situations in a row, that maybe would have caused them to rethink their strategy at the very least, but... Oops. I don't think they would have been... They still had a lot of money. Like, Nintendo was not even close... weren't even close to being, like, bankrupt or anything like that. And now, after the Switch, I think they're, what, like, the richest company in Japan? As in, like, they have the most... Like, they're not worth the most, but they have the most, like... extra money or whatever. Does the horse count as the sales box? Yes, it does. Thank goodness. That's why it's so good. Bum ba da da da. $50 hours, though, that's more than 2 days on a barely acknowledged game. It is a lot. However, once again, you got to keep in mind that I should be 20 or 19 hours less than this currently for where I'm at because of the game wipe. Just wait until you hear about how much time I spent on Game Boy Wars. A game like this is nothing compared to that. We saw Frog on day. I'm worried Frog on cut 1 is too common for me to make a bet out of that. I saw it once today, not, but... I spent 127 hours on Game Boy Wars, so over... no. Yeah, that's right. Something like that, Turtle. I don't quite understand what hand capital means, but yeah, I knew it was something like that. Like, I think Nintendo, or like, doesn't, I think, for example, Sony might make more, at least as far as gaming companies go. I think Sony makes higher revenue than Nintendo does, but they have, Nintendo has higher profits because they don't spend as much. But was Game Boy Wars fun? I enjoyed it, but... or, like, I kind of enjoyed it. Sorry, when I say revenue, I don't even mean Sony. I mean, I think PlayStation has more revenue than Nintendo even does. Not even just Sony, but PlayStation has more revenue. But not as much profit. But the problem with Game Boy Wars is that CPU turns took, like, a very, very long time, and I spent half of it just sitting around, so it was... I like the core ideas, but the long CPU made the game boring. Problem with middle ground is, like... that's a very constantly changing number, depending on what you mean. And luckily with 9s and 10s and 2s, they're less frequent. If you're wanting me to list like every 7, there would be too many to list. Or even every 5 would be too many to list, I think, in Twitch chat. Yeah, I like Super Mario Bros. 3 a lot. To me, Mario Bros. 3 into Mario World is peak 2D Mario. I don't think they have yet to reach those. I don't think they've reached those heights again. Some people would disagree, but that's my personal favorite time of 2D Mario. I, yeah, I hate having to trash games, but I actually was not. I liked Wonder, but to me it was more in line with New Super Mario Brothers than classic 2D platformer Mario, or like the Super Mario Brothers 3 Last World. Wonder had a lot of, I don't know, a lot of style and creative ideas, but I didn't feel like the actual levels design was nearly as good as some of the classics. That's my personal opinion, though. I wasn't crazy about Wonder. I enjoyed it, but I wasn't crazy about it. Like, stylistically, Wonder had a lot more going for it than the new Super Mario Brothers games, but... Uh-oh. It has arrived. Well, we're pretty near the end of summer, so this isn't too bad, but... Say, ripped my crops. I'm not going to be making nearly as much money for the rest of the season. We've hit another typhoon or whatever. Let's see how bad the damage is. Ba-ba. Oh, I don't mind the weirdness. Do 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 do. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. A lot of people did like Wonder, though, so I can understand why that would be a point where people consider it to be as good, but yeah, I've thought about playing more Super Mario World ROM hacks. I haven't, but I've thought about it. Luigi's Mansion 2 on the 3DS, that's kind of a random one. Yeah, Mario 64 is a lot as well. I could see myself enjoying those too, but I have enough. I still have enough that I play. Or like I feel like I have too much to play still. I do like Mario Maker a lot. I don't consider that in the same vein personally as a normal. Oh no, there's grass gone. You guys are gonna beg me to plant a bunch more, aren't you? So I do like Mario Maker 1 and 2 a lot. I would consider that in a different vein, a little bit. Even if Nintendo themselves sometimes considers them similar. Oops, I should not have done this in this order. Oh well. I'm also still not sure I cool. Well, I don't know. They're a very different experience. Maybe, Suji, I'll wait until after winter. The problem is I don't need the grass. I have so much. So around 10 apparel. Guess what game of those you enjoyed the most? I don't know. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is a safe guess. That everyone loves that I personally can't stand. The closest is Mario Party. I cannot stand Mario Party. I hate those games. I don't even think they're necessarily bad games, but I hate them. I hate playing them. I think they're miserable experiences. However, I'm also, like, I already don't like board games a ton anyway. And some of that overlap is a problem with Mario Party 2. It's not just the RNG. 50 hours! Woohoo! Pokemon Scarlet, huh? I like Pokemon Scarlet. Actually, I played Violet, but yeah. I know that got a bad rap for its performance, but it's actually one of my more favorite Pokemon gens. Or, like, of the main games. Like, yeah, the performance was kind of mediocre. And now it's better on the Switch too, thankfully, but... Yeah. I think part of my problem with Mario Party is... the matches are long, and you have to sit there, and you're only playing for, like, a fourth of the time because you're watching everyone else move. And then half of it comes down to RNG anyway, so a lot of what you do doesn't even feel like it has much of an impact, and you're just sitting there waiting. If you get screwed over by the RNG, you're waiting for the rest of this game. I don't know, I have similar problems with board games, though, so I don't think it's definitely a me thing. Board games have a lot of waiting, and I feel like they go on for too long in general. My favorite board games tend to be the ones that are over quickly. I mean, I guess you could set up Mario Party to have less turns, but it's not really balanced around that. Or, like, it doesn't... kind of, things don't always work out that way. That time is for strategizing. If it takes you that long to strategize, then, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. See, I disagree, Green Pen. I like a 10-minute game. That's what I like. I think that's just a preference thing, though, definitely. I will absolutely say that I think it's just a preference thing. I find long board games just to be too much of a drag, and if you don't do well at the start, too many board games are just miserable for the rest of that 4 hours. If you don't play well at the start. Not a fan of Risk. I don't think I've ever actually played a full game of Risk. I see the appeal in the long haul, but I find it just too frustrating when you have to sit through something. Like, I played a game of Catan once, and I got, again, it was my mistake. I made the bad choice of boxing myself in, and then someone surrounded me, and I literally could do nothing for the rest of the game. And it was just a miserable experience. So yes, you can avoid it, but if you don't, it's just not fun. If you're a noob, or you get unlucky depending on the game. So my favorite games tend to be stuff like, I don't know, Coup, or... gosh, what's that one? Love Letter. Those are both... Well, I don't know. I don't know if you'd call Coup... You wouldn't call Coup a card game, but... That's the kind of stuff I prefer, those ones that are quicker. Skull. Haven't heard of that one. So those are that's the kind of stuff I like. So I'm not, like, it's not like I hate all board games, but the stuff that I don't like in board games, Mario Party also has, and that's why I just don't like them personally. You know what's really funny, Leapster? I've played that game, and it was like my favorite Mario Party. I still didn't love it, but I would actually probably take that one over normal Mario Party. Although I could maybe admit to it not being as good of a game from a appeal standpoint to most people. Like, if I was to appeal to what I think most people would like, or like if I was to guess. There's a clip of that, an old clip on my channel of me playing it, actually. Yeah, that's true. This Sunday is daylight savings for me. I'm losing an hour. So it's gonna be even worse for you guys for a few weeks. Yeah, it's ready for as late as it already is. Two, three, four. Why would you ask that apparel? And even if it were true, I don't feel like this is the place for people to share that. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But yeah, that's probably the series I dislike the most that most people love. Not that everyone has loved every Mario Party. There's other series I don't like as much as some people do. Like, I would say even though I really like Kirby, I don't seem to like it as much as the biggest fans, but I would certainly not say I can't stand them by any means. I still really like them. I also don't like, I don't like Splatoon quite as much as some. I'm just not super competitive. Or, like, I don't play online stuff very much. I'm not as into Star Fox. I'm not crazy about rail shooters. Blasphemy? Which one? Star Fox or Kirby? But most of those are ones I still like. There are a few Nintendo series I would say I actively don't like. Oh, Splatoon. I've played all three of them, and I actually really like Salmon Run. I like Salmon Run more than the normal game. Star Fox Fair is objectively the worst Nintendo series by all metrics. No, I think you're talking about the NES Sports series. And then there's some games I like more than most, I would say. Well, I don't know. Some of my favorites are ones that have their big fans too, though. I mean, every series will have its biggest fans, so. Like, I feel like I like Pikmin a little more than most average Nintendo fans do. I love Pikmin. Those are like that's one of my favorite series. Have I played any just grinding games yet? I've played some grind-heavy games. First big grinding game? Well, I don't know. It depends on what you count. Like, Dragon Warrior was an early one with a lot of grinding. No story? Oh, I don't know about a grinding game with no story. Someone made games with the aesthetic of the Super Chip. Yeah, SimCity isn't too story heavy, and that was pretty grindy, I guess. My favorite graphic style, I really generally like the SNES anime style quite a bit. Stuff like I think Secret of Mana looks really good. Stuff like that's definitely up there for me. Yeah, 16-bit pixel art, that kind of thing. This kind of thing here, honestly. Maybe this isn't my favorite, but I like 16-bit pixel art quite a bit. Do 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 da 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 da. The 32-bit pixel art. Unfortunately, my experience with 32-bit pixel art is tainted by the color red. You like the Grow games? You mean like... you know what's funny? I actually feel like this game starts off feeling sort of similar to it. It has some overlap with an idle game. The whole, like, building up and unlocking more things. But at this point, it just feels like a grind, and that's it. What about Symphony of the Night? Visually? Is that 32-bit? I guess it is, isn't it? I never thought about that. It's a good-looking game. There's some of those bosses are gnarly. Some of them make me feel queasy. I like good pixel art. Not all pixel art is created equal, but I got a soft spot for it. Maybe it's nostalgia. Donkey Kong Country games are kind of interesting. I think they got some nice... I think those games look good, though. It's a little different. Nigel Mansell on the Game Boy is my favorite type of graphics. Unfortunately, unlike you, Nino, I don't really like early 3D graphics that much. Although I guess I don't know, there is sort of an appeal to the Super FX style that you're talking about. I almost like that. Maybe I could, well, I don't know. Could I be convinced to say I like that more than early N64 style? What actually is the worst looking game so far? Oh gosh, I don't know. That's a weird question because on the one hand, something like, Color TV Game Racing is not a very good looking game. But I guess when we consider the graphical capabilities of the time, the art style isn't, like, hideous. So I guess it somewhat depends on what we mean. You know what's funny? I don't know if you've ever heard of it or seen it before. You can make, like, I've seen charts of you have, like, one thing. So let's say Nintendo franchises. You pick your most overrated, your most overhated, your most underrated, your most underhated, the most neutral, the most deserved, or the one that deserves the love, the one that deserves the hate. I've seen this chart before. And I've thought about that for Nintendo franchises. And Pokemon is, like, one that I feel like fits everywhere on that graph for me. Well, maybe not everywhere, but there are both people that like it way more than I do, but there are also people who hate it way more than I think it deserves. So it fits all over the place for me. It's both an overhated and an overrated game or series by my preferences. And the idea behind differentiating between overrated and underhated. Overrated is a game that you don't like as much as people do, but it's still maybe fine. And then underhated would be a game you think is worse, like actually bad, that people don't say is bad enough. I like it more than early N64. Super FX feels more like a simplistic artistic style. Yeah, I'm kind of down with that. I haven't thought about it too hard to have a strong opinion on it, but I would maybe kind of agree. There's a style to that kind of game. It's kind of uniquely it. friend of yours got New Super Mario Land 2 and Donkey Kong Land, all in Japan. Nice. What would I pick? I guess if I had to pick an underrated series, it would probably be Pikmin. People really like it, but I don't feel like it's as popular as other ones that I like as much. I guess you could almost say that about Metroid, too. As highly regarded as Metroid is, it actually never is a super popular series. A deserving of the love it gets would be like... Zelda, maybe, I guess. I don't know if I would say there's an underhated Nintendo series. Oh, wait, no. Okay, yes, I would. I would say Mario Party. When I say there's a Nintendo series that deserves the hate it gets, I don't know. Do people hate the NES sports games? I don't really feel like it. I can't think of a series that people really dislike that I'm kind of like, yeah, I really dislike this too. Or a series like that. Maybe there's something out there. I ran around a circle. I was gonna drop it off in the wrong place, okay? Oops. What would I say is the most overhated Nintendo franchise? I can think of games. Games that I like more than most people do. Oops. I don't know about franchises, though. I could throw Pokemon on there, actually. That could still be a good place for it to sit. Even if I don't love it as much of its fans, but that kind of works for overhated. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Like, is there any series that Nintendo just makes more games that everyone's like, oh, they made another one? Oh, you know what? Actually, no, I know what my overhated franchise is. Easily. That's Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is a series I feel like gets a little overhated. Xenoblade kind of similar, actually, yeah. In some ways. Some people just get mad when they see Nintendo make a JRPG or JRPG adjacent kind of game. I don't really feel like they deserve it. Although I guess I will admit with Fire Emblem, some of that, it just seems to be overlap with people who are mad about them having characters in Smash Bros. Smash Brothers. Oh, 1-2 Switch. I haven't played them. That's not a bad suggestion if I had played them and hated them. I haven't played it though. Yeah, Mario Party in the GameCube days, people were getting a little tired of it, but I feel like the opinion has sort of flopped on that series now. I think people are pretty, like, positive about it, generally speaking. I mean, I guess they weren't super much about the new additions in Jamboree, but that's a different story. I have no idea what you're talking about, Leapstar. I also don't know what Apparel's talking about, but that's every other message here. Plop. My crops have all been wrecked from the rain. Do-do-do-do. Most overhated series is New Super Mario Brothers. I can see that. Because I actually don't think even New Super Mario Brothers 2, which a lot of people really don't like, I didn't hate them. I think they're all fun. They're not my favorite. But I don't hate those games. And if someone did really love them, I could definitely see that being a perfect candidate for that one. I don't know, my most overhated would probably be, like I said, probably Fire Emblem. But I think a lot of people hate those games without even playing them is the part of the problem. They just know it's not their style of game, but hate that they exist for some reason. I admit it's been a while since I played 2, but when I played it, I was like, you know, this is still fun. Like, it's not groundbreaking, but it's still a good time. My crops got cropped. Har, 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 har. Well, looks like we had a disaster after all. It was a lot earlier this time, though, than last time, so that's nice. A Game Boy Light. I just played everything on a GBA. On the every Game Boy game I played on that. I've never owned an original Game Boy. I used to have a Game Boy Color, and that was annoying, but I've had a GBA with the good backlight for a long time now. That's where I did most of my Game Boy gaming. Did feed my cows, right? I haven't touched a Game Boy for the challenge. I just use a Game Boy player and a Super Game Boy. Kind of funny. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Ba 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 da 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 da. I heard that chart I saw had like a true neutral box for it, but I don't know how that would apply for like video games. What's a true neutral? When no one loves or hate and you don't love or hate either? I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to even conceptualize that. So is this gonna be on the longest list? I think so. I don't think it deserves to be on it. I think if I didn't lose that 19 hours at the beginning, it wouldn't make it, but I think it's going to make it because of that 19-hour reset. Yeah, Tilt games I'm still not sure about. I'm kind of hoping that they're all gonna be put on the Switch Online. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. The Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood of D&D? Huh? Endless Ocean Wii games are true neutral. I haven't played any of those, but I could definitely see that. Yeah, that's considered in my total time. Game restarting is considered. Total time is not a speedrunner's time. It is a how much time did I spend on this game time. I'm not trying to speedrun this challenge, even though I have a timer. Yeah, that's true. I could tilt on the GameCube, but I'm fingers crossed they add those other ones to the Switch Online. Longest list is going to be mostly Xenoblade by the end. Yeah, probably. Especially if I want 100% Xenoblade 2, which requires 2 playthroughs. Because of that stupid DLC blade that requires it. Kind of salty, actually, if you can't tell. Actually, I think, like, Tears of the Kingdom will be up there, too. That game took me forever to play through. First game of the challenge that uses tilt controls? Gosh, it might be Tilt and Tumble? That's Game Boy Color, right? Was there another one before that? I don't know. What about Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Is that beatable? Yeah, there's various endpoints. I'm probably gonna do more than just roll credits though. Like I'm probably gonna try to triple star everything on 200cc and all that. And whatever else gets recorded. I can't remember. Is Deluxe weird in that like 150 unlocks everything before it, but 200 doesn't? Or does 200 give you triple star on everything? I can't remember. It's kind of weird. I could see some Fire Emblem. Like 3 Houses is probably going to be pretty long. Or like Hyrule Warriors, that's another one we've talked about. How long are those going to get? Depending on how much I do of those. Those games are, there's so much in the Hyrule Warriors. Yeah, there's more I can do. I'll probably unlock all the cart parts. I'll get 3 stars on all the difficulties. I'll probably, there's a good chance I'll do Time Attack Ghost as well. If that's in that game. I'm assuming there is, like, dev times to beat and stuff like that. It's the kind of game where I want to do a lot. Doing all the coin stuff in Mario Kart 8 is kind of annoying. But other than that, it shouldn't be too bad. Or grindy or anything. I could also just play online to get that. That might be the way to do it. Speaking of, I'm trying to remember. I think I got every stamp in the end in Mario Kart World. Which requires a lot of just playing online and stuff like that. Or playing matches and getting coins and stuff. I think I got them all. I know I was close, and I was just sitting down and playing it for a bit until I got it all, and I think I got it all. Cows are done. How much is left of this month? Still a bit, I think. Let's see, we started on the 17th, and we are on 26th. So now I have officially seen disaster. Dude, we could have done the bet for will I see a disaster this month. I did. I'm not seeing any other good things to bet. The birds just straight up aren't here for summer, unfortunately. I guess it was a bad bet last time. It could be that they're here, they're just less common. I did it. Dude, can you guys back off from the thing here? Do, 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 do. What other? I'm trying to think. I don't know. How would you separate Mario or like? Oh, I just. Whoops. How would you separate Mario? Sports titles into franchises. Would you consider Mario Sports one franchise, or is each individual sport a different franchise, or is that just the difference between a sub-series and a sub-sub-series? Which Mario Kart do I think looks the worst? Oh gosh. I don't remember them all enough to say. I'd have to look at them all. But like, especially the handheld ones, I don't have super great memories of. It's been so long since I've played DS. I only played the GBA one like once. Same with the 3DS one. I don't know if I have an answer to that, sorry. '64 is kind of weird. It has, like, what, the 2D models and the 3... Shoot. Big Mario Sports would just count as one series. Yeah, that's kind of how I think about it in my head. Especially considering they literally have some games that are, or at least, haven't they done 2 sports mix just straight up, or like, haven't they just done 2 straight up sports mix games even? Of course, you've got the fun of when does Golf end, and when does Mario Golf begin? That's a fun question. One of those transitional things where it kind of became that. At some point, I should spy on my wife's diary just to make sure it's good. By the way, you haven't been talking about the baby recently. How's that doing? Why don't you ride on the horse, then? No one's stopping you? Oh, there was a frog on the second one. We could do that as a bet. The frog being the first batch of grass or the second. There was a point where the Mario RPGs were considered a single series. Yeah, that's kind of true. But nowadays, you definitely differentiate between Paper Mario and Luigi. Sub-series are always interesting. Like, you know, you have Metroid, but then you also kind of have Metroid Prime. But I could see an argument of still considering Metroid Prime just with Metroid as a whole. But then again, they numbered Dread as Metroid 5, so... They definitely seem to see... Nintendo themselves seems to view the Prime games as, not part of the main Metroid series. I'm a little bummed we haven't gotten another 2D Metroid since Dread. I heard Mercury, I always forget, is it Mercury Steam or Mercury Stream? I heard they had some internal issues recently. I wonder if that's related, or if that contributed to it taking a while for them to make another one. Or, you know, if they were just working on other things. This game is not the most exciting. Yeah, that's what happens when you do a challenge like this, Apparel. Some games are just, slower. But, there's a lot of good conversation to be had still. Allows me to do that easily. Mercury Steamed Hams. They're the people that made Samus Returns and Metroid Dread, as well as a bunch of the Metroidvania Castlevania games. Back in the GBA DS days. Add a next and previous. I actually don't totally like talking too much about the next game on stream, because if there are people, I don't know, it's probably not a real concern, but when I do the summary videos, I'd kind of prefer chat not to spoil what's coming up for people who, like, don't necessarily want to know what's next and want to be surprised. So I try to avoid encouraging it too much, and it would also be a lot of effort for a Suji update, that's true, too. You can look at the sheet for that. There is a sheet that you can find that has that information if you really want to see it. I have a spreadsheet of everything. What was your favorite game in the challenge so far? I would say Super Metroid. If you cannot tell, I really like the Metroid franchise. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Did I do my crops yet? I genuinely cannot remember. I think I did. Yeah. Wait, you might be right confused, Mista. They might not have been the one that did the handheld Metroidvanias. I think I used to think that, and I recently discovered I was wrong. And I think you just made me remember that I'm wrong about that. It was an old wrong thing I'd thought. I think you're absolutely right. I don't think they made those games. Who did make those? The other ones. It was just Konami themselves. Well, don't I feel stupid? Thanks for correcting me, Confused Mista. I knew I'd heard that before and I forgot. They just did other other Castlevania stuff. Oh, finally rain, dude. What is happening? Summer is finally normalized. Do I have 2 kids now? Nope, just one in the tummy still. It'll probably be there, I think, near the end of fall is when the child's going to be born, I think. She was pregnant at the start of summer. I think it takes 2 months. Castlevania, Lord of Shadows, Mirrors of Fate. Cadence of Hyrule, Crypt of the Necrodancer featuring The Legend of Zelda. When I'm curious when I do DSiWare and WiiWare games, would you cram multiple in a single video? It depends. I'm not gonna do like, if it's a distinct game, no, but if it's like, you know, all the express versions of Electroplankton or whatever that game was called, I'll probably do that with the original DS game even, and do that all at once. Ones that were like a bunch of just one-off stuff, like there might be like Picross series or something. I can't remember, but things like that. Will probably be one. So yeah, I probably will do some, but I will not treat unique games as lesser games because they are lesser known or smaller. If they are standalone titles, I will treat them as standalone titles. Depends on how connected they are. What is my favorite comment? Like Twitch comment? Oh gosh. You didn't beat Donkey Kong? Yeah, I could list some least favorites. They're mostly on the YouTube. The guy who got mad at me for not doing kill screen in Donkey Kong. Oops. The guy who got mad at me for who said I wasn't a true gamer because I'd never played a pro wrestling game before. I did. There was one comment that was both annoying but did make me try harder. Was the comment about how I kind of misspoke in how I represented the Game & Watch sales information. Or no, I didn't misspeak, but it was really easy to misunderstood. I feel like that's helped me to try to be more clear about certain things. When I meant to say, like, all the Game & Watch series were doing bad at that point in time, sounded like I was saying all the Game & Watches were always doing bad. And I didn't mean to say that, and the guy got really mad that I said that. Hope they update all the Switch 1 Impossible ports. You mean like games that they put to Switch 1 that look terrible? I'd love to see it. I don't know if it will for all of them. I don't think some of those. The one I want is I want them to update Bloodstain. I've been holding out on buying that game because I was hoping for a Switch 2 update, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna do it. I'm kind of salty. Yeah, some of my videos have mistakes here and there, but I've tried to get better at that too. Good night, Confused Mista. People pointing out mistakes, it hurts, but I don't hate those comments. Yeah, like my first video where I say home market console. I don't think anyone ever called that one out. Well, maybe, okay, look, they're good, like, you know, for the Switch. Sure, I can agree with that. I guess I mean the ones that could still be upgraded, though. Yeah, I think some people don't say it very well. You can leave a comment about something without being so insulting. So I do think there is right and wrong ways to do it, but maybe not right and wrong ways. Polite ways and more helpful ways to do it than some people realize. But I feel like we've talked about this Bungling Bay 1 turtle before, and I either don't understand it or don't agree with you. I don't remember what it is, though. I feel like it's come up before, so dare I ask you what it is? Because I can issue corrections on my videos, but I feel like if I thought it was major enough, I would have said something. Like, I can make a comment that makes something pop up in the video. Like, I went back and I changed, because I didn't really feel like the sales information I got for Super Mario Brothers was actually very reliable, so, like, I issued a correction for that one. I recently got an interesting comment about the D-pad that pointed out a couple things. That the patent wasn't filed by Yokoi for the D-pad, which has made some people doubt if Yokoi did it, but he's explained it, why that happened, and at least if we believe him on his word, he still was the inventor of it. But they also pointed out that there was a Tiger Electronics thing that had a D-pad likely thing. No, there's like one Tiger Electronics thing that had a D-pad-like thing. Yeah, when I looked into it, I was kind of like, I don't know if I would call this a D-pad. Maybe a precursor, and it could have been brought up in the video, but I don't know if I would call that thing a, I don't know if I'd call that a, I don't know if I'd call it a D-pad, really. Has Nintendo ever made a Souls-like? I don't think so. No, I wouldn't say so. They might be publishing Duskbloods in some regions, but that's not really Nintendo making it. And you combine Souls and roguelike? I don't know why you do that, but in that case, Nintendo has had, I guess if you, it depends on what you mean by did Nintendo make. Like, Cadence of Hyrule is a roguelike, and has roguelike modes that are even more roguelike. But Nintendo didn't make Cadence of Hyrule. And then some of their games have DLC lately that are roguelike DLC. Which Tiger you talking about? It's like some football one. I can't remember exactly what it is. The thing is huge. You would have to like push it with your thumb. Like they show kids holding it with their thumbs, and like each thing is a big part of the D-pad that they're pressing, the quote-unquote D-pad. I think this game is getting a balance update. No. I do think I should have brought it up. I think that is fair. I should have brought up the Tiger Electronics thingamajig, but I think you can still fairly say that it's not really a D-pad as we understand D-pads. Cow sell price-wise, so I wouldn't want to sell you. I sold you for an event, though. Cow selling actually isn't great. You lose a bunch of happiness for it. Hello, Shining Magneton. I saw some claims that, like, Nintendo must have clearly been inspired by the, Tiger Electronics thing when they made the D-pad. I don't know if that's true. It's mentioned in their patent, but that's because when you're filing a patent, especially a year later, you want to say what makes it distinct. I could see them not having really discovered it until then. I did have a storm recently. I mean, maybe it's possible they had seen it too. I don't know. So it's really stupid, Green Pen. For the crops that I've plucked, they're watered before they're plucked, but once you pluck them, they lose the watered status, so I have to water them again. See how these are ones that have been rained on. This is one that I plucked, and the one I plucked is a different shade because I plucked the water out of it. I feel like that's, personally, I think it's just an oversight. I think they intended for it to be watered, but just didn't, the state that, so when you pull out the crop, it probably switches to the uncropped state, and that state isn't watered by default, and it only waters them in the morning, kind of thing. So, like, it's the same thing if you plant a seed on a rainy day. It switches to the unwatered state when you plant a seed automatically, and, you have to water it again. It's silly, though. You're right. Are Tiger handled even sold in Japan? Yeah, I don't even... See, that's the thing. I don't even know, let alone a football one. American football one. I think it was American football. How would I describe everyone? Like, each person individually with one word, or everyone as a whole unit? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, Suji. Individually? I don't want to do that. I've actually thought about something like that before, but... Another storm? Wow. My crops are going to be wrecked. Good thing the month is almost over. No, I don't really want to do that. I don't want to, like, I don't know, categorize people by what I think of them. Hey, the birds are here! They can appear in the summer! So Peril did have a chance. It's like the game, that storm finally triggered my game to, like, function properly. I think, like, I watched the commercial with the thing by Tiger Electronics, and the way they played with it was not how a D-pad works. Typically, like, it just did not look like what I would think, or like if you call that a D-pad, I don't know if I would have agreed. Even if it does have a lot of same functionality. I don't know. I could understand the argument either way. But I don't think the D-pad as we understand it. Would that totally fit into the box? Maybe. I don't know. It's weird. Nintendo did win, like, they literally won an Emmy for the D-pad. So I think that's where the idea of Nintendo inventing the first D-pad comes from. Largely. Birds really want to wait till you're wronger than wrong. Yeah, I think it is probably a coincidence. That's what I would imagine. They were gonna show up that day, but they decided not to just because Apparel was voting for it. Is that the one with, like, the circular thing? I've looked into that, too. Or is that something? Are you talking about something else? It's like a circle knob that you can press on different sides. It's stuff I should have brought up in the video, definitely. I would definitely... Oh, hey! Bankalink is making the biggest milk! I have no more reason to use the brush unless I accidentally get my cow sick. But other than that, I have no reason to use the brush. What do you guys think? Should I be there for my second child's birth this time and, not and let my cows all get sick? It's also a horrible controller. Good night, Nino. I was there for the phantom first child's birth. The one that I, witnessed and then undid the time for. I have seen what it's like. There's no real benefit to doing it. It makes your wife happier, but she's already, like, maxed out. Or she's gonna be once I give her enough eggs here. Apparently I screwed up a little bit, but... I'm glad the person left a comment though. It led me to like research some interesting things, especially the whole Yokoi and the patent thing and what he had to say about that. About why his name wasn't on the patent and so basically Yokoi said he didn't think the D-pad would catch on, so like they didn't really put a whole lot of effort into the patent for the D-pad, and it was even like filed a year after the Donkey Kong unit. And he just, like, he didn't feel like filing since he didn't think it would catch on, he didn't feel like filing out any of the paperwork, so he just told the person who drew the diagrams to put their own name on it. So that's why his name isn't on the D-pad patent. And then Yamauchi got mad because everyone started copying the D-pad, and their patent was so poorly filed that they didn't cover enough. So Yamauchi even acknowledged or was upset that it wasn't a thorough patent filing. But it's just kind of a funny story. Each time someone joins the stream, just call them the wrong thing. Actually, you know what's a comment I liked recently? I liked Turtle's distinction of the 3 puzzle types. I thought that was kind of a fun discussion. Right, not that it wouldn't catch on, that he didn't think it was like a great idea. So he didn't really care to have his name associated with it. You don't even remember the distinctions? You came up with names from and everything. The active versus, action versus, Absolute. I don't think those are the terminology that I would use, but I thought that was a fun conversation. Did I not like turtles? Yeah. I think the terms I would use, though, if I had to, like, I don't know if I would use action, because you can almost describe active games. Some active games are kind of action-y. What I would maybe say the active one is, it's more of, like, quick thinking. Quick thinking puzzles are, maybe how I would categorize it. Or like, no, not quickly, like reaction. Maybe reaction is what I would call it. I know you lose your A's, but maybe reaction is what I think the best name for Tetris type of puzzles. Puzzle games. And maybe for absolute, I would just call it logic. If I'm already giving up my A's, but... I pause the game for 1 second? Why? You can't actually really pause this game. Most recent green pen comment? I don't even remember what it was. Nah, I'll be alright either way. Oh, the baby. It was alright, I guess. Yeah, those three distinctions, I would maybe call them different things, but yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Turtle A's. Oh, you're just trying to troll yourself. Har, har, har. I thought that was kind of a fun discussion. I like that distinction, because I've had ideas like that before. I didn't know, but my thing is I only was separating between... like basically the logic and the Tetrises, the action ones. Oh shoot, I did the stupid again. So adding that, but I realized there was kind of a third category, and then you kind of put a name to it that I liked. Wow, we're gonna have a lot of. I'm gonna get pretty far into fall today. I think the disasters sped me up. Because it was 2 days of nothing where I couldn't do anything. And then the rain sped me up, too. But then, of course, we got into the discussion of Dr. Bot bringing up how do you consider puzzle-heavy genres like point-and-click adventures. So nothing's ever that simple, but... But in theory, you could have an adventure game without puzzles, right? Or is it ingrained into the adventure genre? Like, I imagine an adventure game that's just exploration. I feel like that could exist. Oops. There is no game. Yes, that is an. I think that's considered an adventure game. I've played that one too. That was pretty fun. My favorite is probably the Submachine 10 of the ones I've played. Dude, my crops are scuffed, and I just missed my horse. No, I mean like something without action either. Something where you just explore. But I guess I guess what I'm saying is would you call adventure games a subgenre of puzzle games though? I don't think I would, right? They have puzzles. Like a Zelda game has puzzles, but I wouldn't call Zelda games a subgenre of puzzle games. Or do people consider adventure a subgenre of puzzle? I don't know, maybe they do. I don't know if I would though. Yeah, my grass field's not doing great. Stupid summer storms. I don't have to water my crops tomorrow. This will be the last day. Yeah, that's what I would. That's what I would think, or that's how I would think about things too. Dude, everything got so scuffed from those storms. I had 2 storms in one summer. Good thing they were all near the end. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Where do non-timer-based match 3 games go? I tend to associate those more with Tetris and stuff like that. But in theory, you can have one that's not reaction-based, so I'm not sure where I would put that. This game is not that fun. Can you skip it? Sorry. Nope. That's not how this challenge works. I'm here for the fun, the boring, the exciting, the weird, all of it. I am discovering and categorizing it all. I wonder what an adventure game would be like without puzzles, like where you're just exploring and like seeing strange locations and stuff. I feel like you could do it. Yeah, how about that? I'll skip it, Apparel, if you want me to do the White Moon campaign in Game Boy Wars. Actually, no, you're going to say yes without realizing what you'd be getting yourself into. This is like a top-tier challenge, though. It's a pretty big one. I like it. I think doing a company's publishing history is, personally, I think it's more interesting than a console's history by a little bit. I think it's still good. But I'm happy with the idea. I guess that's true. You could call it various aspects of exploration puzzle solving. I guess depending on the implementation, I would kind of agree with that. Agree with that. Okay, maybe there are some publisher libraries that would be miserable. But like, I'd rather play every Nintendo game than every, Super Nintendo game or every, everything on a single console. I don't know how it is for viewers, though, I guess. I don't know which is better. You've thought of games with exploration, literally nothing else? Like what? I think Dr. Bob's kind of brought up Yumi Nikki in that branch, but I think that has puzzles still, too. But that, or like Yumi Tuki has a lot of just you're exploring worlds, but I think there is still some puzzle solving in it. Every Atari game. Yeah, combat can be a kind of puzzle-esque. I agree with that. And then sometimes it can be a mix of action and puzzle, depending on the implementation. Oh, like you've thought of that concept before of a game that's just all exploration, no action, no puzzles. I will say that does all that would blur the line between what's a video or what's a game or not, though. Like, is an environment you can explore alone a game? Kind of. But is it? I could understand the argument against it. All right, last day of summer is here. I don't have to water my crops today. I actually didn't need to water all my crops this day because not everything is going to grow. Unless mazes count. One of these days, I'm going to get that Atari collection. Look at my kid! Dada! Boo-boo, you still say boo-boo. Hello, Mom. Look at you walking around wearing a cow suit. I think that's the most advanced that they get. I think that is as far as this child is ever going to grow. Apparently, they have a unique thing programmed in the game for your second child's anniversary, although it's literally impossible to see, I think people said. Make a Bobo joke, but someone already made it. Yeah, I think someone did. The problem with challenges that you often run into is the fact that you just have to play games that people don't care about. But I think a publisher challenge is better at that than a console one. Hello, more. Hello, Bob. Did you see yourself grown up into a child? Or do I need to go back so you can see it? Every EA game? Okay, there are some publishing libraries that would be bad. But I think picking a good company avoids the worst of that. There's still some, though. They're, like, not all Nintendo games are good streaming games. Another one you see people do are franchises, but those are, like, not as hard. Not as hard, but, like, not as... Like, there's a few, you know, like every Mario, every Sonic, that's pretty expansive. You heard me talking, you've been weeding. Do you want to see it? Do you want to see what you look like, Mom, now? As a little toddler with a, cow suit on? There's a guy who already has been playing not just every Sega published game, but like everything on every Sega console. What's that guy's name again? He's done a lot. Sharpie, yeah. Sharpie's doing like every Sega console. Is Sharpie doing Sega stuff published though after their consoles or not? I don't really know about that. Sharpie's done a ton of Sega stuff. But I think it's mostly just been Sega consoles. So there you are, Mom. As a little child. In a little cow suit. Hello, Mom. By the way, this baby is named after my mom. So even though this is the mom, the baby is also named Mom. Ah. He's talked about doing Sega published. Hasn't he actually played like everything on every Sega console? Which is crazy. Like he's played a lot. Wait, do I have the cow tools? I do not. I forgot I haven't actually milked the cows yet. Every NA release, yeah. So his is like he's done a company's entire video game or like console what do you call that? I don't know. Some of that stuff was horrible, I can imagine. I bet you the Mexican runner ran into a lot of garbage on the NES too. I think horrible stuff is fun in a challenge. I think it's the boring stuff, like the 1000th, like the Beast has talked about this himself with the N64. When you're playing, you know, your 6th basketball game, your 7th Madden game, your 8th racing game, that all is really similar. It can be a little bit dry at times, but I know I didn't, but when I picked up that egg, I realized I had to leave. I didn't mean to pick up the egg, but I did realize what I had done. I feel like I've avoided most of the really bad stuff by doing just Nintendo published, but there has definitely been some stinkers. On the old consoles, through especially third-party stuff that Nintendo published in like Europe or something like that. But luckily, they skipped out on a lot. Well, that's not totally true. I've played a decent amount of kind of drab Super Nintendo sports games because of it that I haven't been crazy about. Like, you know, that NCAA basketball, NHLPA hockey. Those were kind of a little drab, but luckily it hasn't been like too many. I I think it can be fun to play bad games to widen your perspective. I think there's a benefit to that too. But I can also understand not wanting to do that if you just want to play good games. And especially if you don't have a lot of time. I wouldn't consider it the most important part of being a gamer, but I do think there's value in it. Yeah, saving in old consoles is... I think the roughest thing about old games, personally, is how rough they were with saving. Ba-ba. I'm a little more tolerant, I think, of it than some people, but... out of all the old stuff, or stuff from old games that I don't like as much, that one is one of the higher things on my list. Like, I think there's some things about old games that people don't like that I actually still kind of like not being as hand-holdy and stuff like that. But when it comes to saving, yeah, I'm with you there. Doing some Sega console collecting in the past few years, it became apparent to me how even all the way up to including the draft, because they focus on more arcade-style games than Nintendo. I've kind of feel like from the bit I've seen, they did seem a little more arcade influenced to me. I don't have as much experience with Sega consoles, but that lines up with the snippets that I do know about Sega consoles. And maybe it explains why I've never been as into their stuff. Although to be fair, I haven't played enough, so I don't think I could really make that call. All right, we're about to not even have hit 4 yet, and we're gonna hit fall. I'm currently beating my estimates, so that bodes well for me being done by next Friday. Starting fall at this time. Still an hour and 15 minutes left of the stream. Top 10 Sonic games. Oh gosh, let me say my favorites. I don't know if I can do my top 10. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is my favorite of the retro games. My Switch 2 is gone. Rip. I do like Sonic Mania as well. I don't think I like it quite as much as some people do, but I do like Sonic Mania. I know these days I feel like it can be somewhat divisive. I replayed a bunch of Sonic stuff recently, and Sonic Adventure 2 was still my favorite. Or one of my favorites. So I like Sonic Adventure 2. I like Sonic Advance 1, I think I liked a decent amount. I felt like the Sonic Advance games I liked less and less the more I played them. But I liked Sonic Advance 1. Sonic Rush 1 I enjoyed as well. So that would be up there. And not Sonic Rush Adventures quite as much. So I don't know how many I just listed. At some point, 2 would also go up there. I definitely did not like Sonic Heroes as much replaying it. Sonic Adventure is kind of a mixed bag. Weirdly enough, I didn't hate Shadow the Hedgehog as much last time I played it, but I still didn't love it either. But I'd put it in a similar level as Sonic Heroes, which is probably blasphemy to some Sonic fans. That is to say, I don't love either of them. 3D Sonic has... The biggest problem with 3D Sonic, and I think I've said this before, though, to me, is just, like... They have never been able to escape the jank. I'm still picking up this brush, even though I don't need it. However, now I'm not gonna have to go to my tool shed at all for the rest of the year now. In theory. I guess camera, though, is kind of part of the jank, too. Oh, I mean, oh, hey, the kid's out here, too. Do. Yeah, 2D Sonic still had problems with it sometimes, too. I could agree with that. Hey, I went to bed at a good time. From here on out, I should be going to bed at a good time. Right, you guys ready for... fall? Should start being a little faster. Because now I don't have to do crops at all, although I will want to cut them. Time to stop feeding the chickens. I can't bring myself to do it. Now for my horse to get no use for a while. Sonic Colors. Sonic and the Secret Rings is I do not love. Sonic Colors, it's been a while since I played it. I liked it when it first came out. Last time I played it, I wasn't as crazy about it, but... still probably better than some. Did I think you were here all along? I didn't really think too hard about it, to be honest. I'm sorry. We will probably start doing quick mountain visits for happiness now. Happiness, though, now that it's fall. Visit the fox. No, not the fox. What is it? A rabbit. I don't know, do birds appear and fall? I feel like I haven't found a good gamble thing lately in this game. I played a good amount of Sonic growing up, but I've kind of, I don't know, grown to realize it's not my favorite series. And not just because of what it became, even the old ones. I've kind of... Oh, you know what Sonic game I kind of like? Sonic Spinball. I don't know if I'd say... Is that top 10 for me? I don't know. I kind of... It's the one pinball game I actually like, though. Do. Wait, what is this cow? I milk Spilot? I think I did. It's the one on the 4 I already had done here. Gamble on the frogs. I don't even know if the frogs are going to appear anymore now. Because it's fall. Fall just hit. I don't know. Let me get a feel for fall a bit. See if I can think of any good, stuff. Like, I think Sonic games were all... I'm not going to say Sonic games were never good, but... there was a little bit too much, like, screen zoom in and... not screen... Like, the character's just pretty close to the camera, and there's a lot of fast things off screen and stuff like that. With the older ones that I just am not crazy about. don't have a copy of Knuckles Chaotix. I've not played that one. I played everything that was on, basically. So I didn't own any Sega consoles, so all my retro Sonic experience was GameCube collection. So I've played everything on whatever's on Mega Collection and Gems Collection I've played. $14-year-old that's touched a Sega console. I think it's cool to see young people still playing older games. I play games from behind my time and enjoy them. I have played that Tales game. Well, there's two Tales games. One of them I like, one of them I don't. I don't like Tales of Sky Patrol a whole lot, but I did like Tales Adventure. I thought that one was actually kind of fun. That's the reason why I'm not beating every Sega published game. I've never been a big Sega person. I don't know. Maybe I would discover more love for it if I made myself play more, but... I will say, the one thing I will definitely say I like about old Sonic games is they had very good music and visuals. Especially the music. I know some people like 3D Sonic music, but I definitely prefer 2D Sonic music over 3D Sonic music. I will take that any day of the week. If it was the first Sonic the Hedgehog, if it was a Sega console, good chance. I have not played any Atari games. I kind of want to, just to add it to my repertoire. Gen 2 is now the only generation where I haven't played a game, considering I've played Nintendo's Gen 1 stuff. If we count emulator, you've played games older than your parents. What stuff? How old are... I guess, I don't know, I'm not thinking about the time super straight here. Somehow I did not grab grass there. Do. Can you emulate those, though? That's the part I'm confused about. I thought you couldn't emulate a lot of those older ones from that old of a time. I should do this before it's too late. Like, I didn't think 60s games were emulatable. Let alone 70s games, really. Like, at least for my frame of reference of the Nintendo stuff I played, I guess I just kind of assumed the rest of the industry was like that. Hello, rabbit. When you got a PC, you gave it away. I just recently I like hold on to every one of my old hard drives. I have like a box full of them, and I just recently pulled something out of it, and I was glad I was like, well, I'm glad I hold on to these. Should I get rid of this farmland? If anything, I should just enhance it back to what it was, so that it's ready for the next year. Maybe I should do that. I do however much I can muster before getting tired. I don't really feel like taking trips to the hot springs. Is it like old PC games or something? I mean, I guess that's all there was, huh? When was the first, or can you emulate old arcade stuff from that time, or is it just PC stuff? What even was around during the 60s? What kind of games were they? Not even sure. Oh. All right, will you go to bed? Yeah, late 70s, I would think. Or mid-set. Wait, when was Pong? Arcade? Or no, wait. What was the first? What's considered to be the first Gen 1 console? I can't even remember now. Is it Atari's Home Pong? Or was Magnavox Odyssey before that? I don't even remember. I think Home... No, wait. Odyssey predated Pong, and that's why they got in trouble, right? So Magnavox Odyssey, was that first? Yeah, Odyssey was first. When was that again? What year was that? I guess I don't really know my arcade history either. When did it really start? 72. Yeah, so I don't know what was in the 60s before that. Precursor stuff? Like, when did arcade... What was the first big... well, I guess arcades kind of, what, rose out of electromechanical stuff? So I guess there's that question of when did that transition start happening? What's often considered to be... the first, like... I don't know if this makes any sense. True arcade video game, not just electromechanical game. Do people even have a definition of that? Again, arcade. I've heard the debate with, like, PC games and stuff before that. But I'm wondering about, arcades specifically. Or, like, things programmed onto existing technology. Space War? Was that an arcade game? That was 62? That wasn't really arcade, though, right? Or was it? Yeah, it was written for an already established computer. Yeah. What's the first, like, dedicated arcade, video game? Do we know? Again, I'm wondering specifically about arcade here. I guess if it was on computer, I can see why it's emulatable. Again, I imagine the arcade video game history, it starts to overlap with kind of the electromechanical, side. Like, I bet you there's sort of a blur for as that transition was happening, I would think. Although, I guess, you know, I guess the line between what's just a computer and a arcade machine is probably blurry even back in the day, but... Computer Space. And it was based on Space War. Interesting. 71. Oh, I've seen this before. I've looked at that. I've looked at this thing before. Memories are coming back to me. No. Stop. It's because I pushed them. Oh, that's annoying. Is Computer Space emulatable? Or is it like some of those other early arcade stuff? Whoops. Did the cow just push me in? I don't know, but we're back to default. I don't remember who I've milked and who I haven't here. Catch you later, Green Pen. We might see your child tomorrow. So interesting. There's kind of a window where we have early PC games that were emulatable, but early arcade games kind of weren't. So there's sort of this window there. So that's how you're able to play 60s games. Interesting. Do, 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 do. Right. You could theoretically emulate anything, but you'd have to make like a dedicated single thing for it, right? It's not like at the point where they switched to having ROMs that just ran on similar machines. What, the Sonic game or the Street Fighter one that you keep racking your brain over? The Street Fighter one. It's not Street Fighter. What was it, like a beat 'em up or something? It kind of sounded like you were describing a beat 'em up. Which does have some historical ties to like, fighting games have historical ties to beat 'em ups. It's kind of where they came from. It's not guaranteedly. Nice word there. So what game is it? What game do you think it was? I don't know which one I just milked. Streets of Rage. That is a beat 'em up, right? That would make sense. I don't think I've ever played Streets of Rage, though. What is that one now? I'm getting my beat 'em ups confused. Do. Oh, it's 91. That's actually a little later than I thought it would have been. I didn't realize Streets of Rage was that new of a series. I mean, I guess not new. I thought it was like an arcade. Wait, was it arcade? No, it was a Sega Genesis game. Yeah, I always just assumed it was an arcade game. That's kind of funny. I actually haven't seen too much about this game. I've always heard of it, but I never actually looked into it too much. Probably the second one. I'm not too well versed on beat 'em ups. My most experience with beat 'em ups now are this challenge. I have played kind of the well, no, I guess I haven't played the Kunio-kun game or Renegade, you know. Do that? No, the first Streets of Rage was 91. I don't know about Streets of Rage 2, though. Was that the 2007 one? That late? Dude, I was just thinking about how I kind of have a hard time remembering what stuff from my childhood is 90s versus 2000s, because I was, like, kind of right on the cusp, where a good chunk of my childhood was in both. Mostly the 2000s, though, more than 90s, but I still definitely have memories of 90s stuff. Fake 90s kid. Like, I'm also thinking, like, what's funny, what triggered that thought for me was, like, wait, was, like, that ska kind of phase, was that 2000s or 90s? I think that was more 2000s, wasn't it? Or was that 90s? Is Dr. Bob here? There was a Sonic game on which console? As Streets of Rage or Streets of Rage 2? What's the oldest game I have played? Oh, it is absolutely Color TV game. I have not gotten older than that. I've never played any of those old PC games like Space War or anything like that. So this challenge was the first time I had played or added a new oldest game before the challenge. I don't know. I don't think I ever went. Not sure I ever went pre-NES. I'm trying to think if I ever did. Scared of going too far here. Oh, I haven't been checking my fence. I think I would have seen it if it was thrashed, though, because I should have checked it for the storms. Or after the storms. Yeah, all retro games are no joke. It's one of those things where I've heard people say, and I've said this myself, where I look back and I'm like, how did I beat this when I was a kid? I think mine was just, no, I don't think I've ever played, like, an OG Pong. I don't think so, no. Or any version of it, or like an emulated version of it. I don't think I ever actually have. I think I've played, like, parodies of it and stuff, but... Wait, my wife isn't in bed. Oh, I forgot to see the fox or the rabbit today. Whoops. Is it too late to see the rabbit? There's just Streets of Rage Sonic 2, or Streets of Rage 2 Sonic Edition. Ah, so that's the one you played. Maybe I just need to play Space War so I can say that's the oldest one I've played. So in theory, fall goes a little quicker here. Cows are still so slow, though, so I don't know. The ideal would be that I finish this tomorrow, this month, but we'll see if that actually happens. Whether or not I finish, we'll see. Like, tomorrow will be a big test of adjusting how long I think this game will take me. Or, like, we'll be able to tell a lot more. Because I think we can pretty safely say year 3 is going to take me 16 hours. It's just a matter of how long is the rest of this year going to take. I do want to make sure I play the Egg Festival day, because there's a charm to get rid of, or, like, that prevents you from your farm from getting wrecked from storms, I think. I actually don't know what it does. I just know it's called the Disaster Charm, so that's what I assumed it was. Maybe I should make sure I know what that is first. Do-do-do-do. He has a charm that causes more disasters. you know what's a kind of funny discussion you missed, Shining Magneton, where Pokemon came up? It was, I was thinking about this chart I've seen of where you can categorize, like, let's say you just take video games, and you pick a deserves the love, deserves the hate, overrated, underrated, overhated, underhated, and true neutral, right? And I was like, sometimes I feel like for me, Pokemon is both the overrated and overhated. For me personally. Maybe I would lean more towards overhated, but the franchise I think is the most one I would say I feel is overhated is probably like Fire Emblem. No. Do do do. Ba 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 ba. The only ones I couldn't think of or the one category I really struggled with was a Nintendo franchise that I think is deserving of the hate it gets. Some people brought up examples like both the 1-2 Switch games aren't super well liked, and I haven't played either of those. Do people hate NES sports though? Yeah, I'm sure there's some single games I could pick, but when I try to think of franchises, what's a disliked Nintendo franchise that I also dislike? Like, I'm sure there'll be games that Yeah, I think most people just don't think about the NES sports games. It's definitely one of my least favorite Nintendo franchises. But I don't know if it's really something that people actively dislike. Yeah, I actually, to validate myself for my upcoming Nintendo Awards video, I looked at a guy who ranked every NES baseball game, someone who had played all of them, and Nintendo's baseball game was second to bottom. He said it was important for, like, the development of sports video games, but mechanically it's just not actually that great. Bye, have a bad day. Or no, have a 5 out of 6 day. Why do I think you said bad day? Had a 5, 6? Okay, I'll try my best. By the way, I did not understand your comment earlier about something being half overhated. Oh, and you asked for my favorite number too. I don't know I don't really think about numbers that way. I know it's cool to have favorite numbers. Maybe 8, I guess. I feel like that's an easy one. I think as a kid, that was the number I liked. But I don't know if I'd call it my favorite number these days. $11 is your favorite? 73. See, I just haven't thought too much about this. Or like, I don't know how to pick a favorite. What's a good number? I mean, I guess I like something that's you know what? Maybe it is still 8, as boring as an answer that is. Even if it's that perfect symmetry infinity thing. It's also kind of a fun number, like, for computers. It's a good number for, like, it's divisible by a lot of things. 2's kind of good, too, in that regard. I don't know. I don't know. I would love Ultima 4. So maybe 8. Also, I can't remember if I acknowledged it, Shining Magneton, but your comment about Fire Emblem fans are the ones that hate, or if there's anyone who hates Fire Emblem games most, it's Fire Emblem fans. Kind of funny. They do have a lot of opinions. Easy answer would be like CDI or edutainment. That's true. Those don't totally count. Do those count as Nintendo series, though? I don't know. I guess you kind of could still count them. If we were looking desperate enough. But I haven't played those, so. Once again, ones I don't have super strong opinions of. I know my series for underhated is easily Mario Party. So I do have one for that category. But that's a series people like. Yeah, they are officially licensed. But depends on how we're defining things. Yeah, that one guy who translated that one line that way. Let's do more of this. Oh, I should cut the grass first. No, wait. Do I need to cut the grass? Oh, because of my tiredness. Yeah, it's a little annoying, but... Like I said, at best I can come up with one-offs for disliked games. Does Nintendo really have... I guess at some point if a franchise is hated, they stop making them, but... no, that's not totally true. Like, I could definitely see... Like, if I hated Fire Emblem... That's a franchise I think that gets enough hate for me to say it deserves the hate. I don't agree with that. Or like Pokemon. If I hated Pokemon, that's a franchise I could say there's enough people who hate it to say that it deserves the hate, you know? I don't agree with them. Same with Xenoblade. I wouldn't pick those personally, but if... So I think there are Nintendo franchises that get enough hate that I could hate, that I don't hate. If that makes any sense. I did not mean to put that there. Because it looks ugly and it actually does last till next year, so I'm just trying to make it look nice in preparation for next year. While I have the energy. I'll probably say hi to the squirrel again. Or the rabbit. Oh, well. Oh, there's still time. Like, at some point, though, if a series is, you know, bad enough, Nintendo just doesn't make them, you know, if they aren't popular, so... Any series that, or anything that is a series will usually have people that like it. I don't know, I guess there's maybe some series that live on off of... someone's passion. There's a rabbit down there. Wait a minute, is this the event that someone was talking about? Whoa, I thought someone said this was year 3. Wait, there's actually, this matters. This affects your happiness. Hold on. I think I just want to let it loose. Oh no, they say fall of year 2. I forgot about this. This summons the hunter who demands that we just catch him. I guess the rest of the scene was poorly translated because the text does not really make sense. If you choose let it loose, the hunter gives you the option of keeping the rabbit for 1,000 gold. If you agree to pay, he sees that you have a kind heart and releases the rabbit without charging you. If you do not pay, he steals the rabbit and runs off. Similarly, if you choose just watching option... So what's the first question? He steals the rabbit and leaves. So you actually get a lot of money for this, for saying to pay. Everyone lives differently. Please understand it. Bye. Well, I just got a bunch of happiness. I don't know if this rabbit's gonna appear now after that. That might be like the oh no, he still did. Yeah, there's some series that will have like a mix, ones that people really like or some entries they really hate. Like, you know, Metroid has a lot of really positive games, but a lot of people hate Other M and Federation Force. Sonic is definitely no stranger to that either. Can I get this done in time? Oh, I did it. I wasn't sure that one would cover. Yeah, Paper Mario has a mix of people that love the early games and hates the later ones. Yeah, that's another example like that, but that's more individual games in a popular series. That's kind of a different boat. I could, you know, you could categorize things that way too, but it does make the question of series fitting where a bit more of a complicated one. Now the grass, I don't know when I'll fix that. I probably can do this like 100 times anyway. All right, hopefully from here on out, I'll be going to bed at a good time. Wonder if you go to bed right away if it's bad, because your wife is here still. Oh, she made the overall. Isn't it cute? She's the one that made it. Hello, Pikmin, yeah. It's another example. No, wait. It was Hey Pikmin, not Hello Pikmin. Close enough. Unless it was called Hello Pikmin in some regions. I was worried that was the... I was worried that was the Pikmin's death sentence. I was worried it was going to be like... What was it, that other one? Chibi Robo Ziplash, where it's like the last-ditch effort. Luckily, Miyamoto was still cooking. I don't... Would Pikmin be alive if it weren't for Miyamoto? I played through the whole game, and I wouldn't say I hated it, but it definitely is not nearly as good as the normal Pikmin games. Man, sorry, my throat's getting a little tired. Whew. I'm lucky that Pikmin has a big figure at Nintendo that loves it. Because I'm a Pikmin lover. Wonder what its fate will be once Miyamoto's done. There's always, I don't know, sometimes I feel like you get games that feel like death sentence games. Yeah, I think Pikmin 4 was the best-selling Pikmin game, right? Especially if it's a game that comes out late in a console's life, that also is bad. If it's like a revival of an old series, but it only comes out near the end of a console's life, that always feels rough. Cries in Dark Dawn. Do. Chibi Robo can't seem to catch a break, though. Because there's been a few games since the initial GameCube one, but none of them are like, I always feel like, I don't know. Photo Finder, Ziplash. I actually have played Photo Finder, humorously enough, because it was an eShop exclusive, and I got all the eShop exclusives. So that is my only Chibi Robo game I played. Wait, we say Chibi, but it's Chibi. Chibi Robo. I have not played the original. I think that's the most well-liked one, right? Typically. The initial GameCube one. Wait, which one was exclusive to Walmart? Was that the Chibi Robo game? Ziplash? Oh, the DS one. Which one was that one? I don't even remember what it's called. I don't know that series super well. Park Patrol. I have heard of that. I did not realize that was a Walmart exclusive, though. Like, I don't think any of them have been... Like, I don't even think the original sold well, but at least it was well received. Haven't most of the ones after that just not been quite as well received as the OG? The one I played was kind of eh. It wasn't terrible, but it had a lot of charm. It has become apparent to me that I need to trim up my beard. Whenever it starts doing this thing, it is trim time. I guess they were all on the 3DS, but Dead Heat Breakers kind of felt like a bit of a game that sent the Dylan games to die. That was really late 3DS. I think it killed, like, the company even went under after it, I think. But they, like, I think it was like a full cart release, so they put a little more effort into it, but unfortunately I think it just came out too late in the 3DS's life cycle. If they had built it from the ground up for the Switch, I wonder if it would have done better. I don't love those games, but they're kind of cool in their own right. I wish I liked them more, but I liked that they existed. And I would have liked to have seen more of them. I've played all 3 now. Kind of mixing action-adventure with tower defense is definitely interesting. I feel like action-adventure is one of Nintendo's, like, big things they do. And, like, they mix it with other... Whenever they make other games, they often mix it. Like, you think of Pikmin, I feel like has some action-adventure mixed in. Not everything they do, but I feel like that's something they do a lot. I don't know what's harvestable here. I think this is. Do-do-do-do-do. Or even Metroid is kind of platformer mixed with action-adventure. Do-do. Wait, where am I going? To see the bunny rabbit. I had to stall here anyway, so that my wife will go to bed. Because I am finishing before night even arrives. Guess I could run back and forth. Would be a little faster, but that's Farm Dad happiness. Only lunchtime? Wonder what happens if I get her in here with a child, if that'll ever happen. Like, sometimes she's in here, but sometimes she isn't. Like, she's not now. Maybe it's too late in the day. Check one more time. Yeah. Looks like we're doing some waiting. Which is kind of a bummer, but... I'll wait with my child. Hello, Mom. Hello, Mom. Let's be talking to both of them. Man, maybe I should just walk back and forth. What's my favorite bad entry in a franchise? Interesting question. Because I didn't hate Other M. I didn't love it. But I didn't hate it as much as most people do. I feel like I could say similar things about Prime 4. I probably like Prime 4 more than Other M. What else? What else? What else? I have not played Federation Force. I didn't love Sticker Star. I don't think I hate it as much as some people do, but it's definitely not Sticker Star. Hunters is fine. Do people hate it? I don't love it either, though. So I'm probably closer to the general... I feel like I'm kind of close to what people usually think of for Hunters. It's just like, it's there, it's fine, it's fun, but it's also just not as good as other Metroid games. That's what I think about it, at least. Do we want to try to cook a mole? The upcoming festival? I feel like that might be a bug, that you can do that. Or an exploit, rather. Like a mechanic they didn't consider. Lost levels. I guess that's pretty... I like Lost levels. I think I might still like Prime 4 better than that. I don't know, are we count... Does Prime 4 count? I'm not sure if we're allowed to count Prime 4 in this discussion. That one feels too fresh for me to really feel like I feel strongly about it. Or to know how strongly other people feel about it. So maybe I don't want to count Prime 4 yet. Yeah, maybe in like a year. We'll see. How Hunters was well regarded when it came out, mostly just forgotten and remarkable today. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. So I don't feel like I feel like I probably have a pretty close opinion to what most people have. Enjoyable. I liked it. The multiplayer is fun, but not the most standout Metroid experience. I don't want to completely discredit people who don't like Prime 4, but I've also just felt like in general there's a lot of bandwagoning happened with Nintendo in general, so sometimes it's hard for me to understand what's actual people unhappy with the game and people just trying to like milk it, if that makes sense. Milk the reception. Make it sound way worse than it is. Or than it would have been otherwise. Squeak Squad. I really liked Squeak Squad back in the day, but I was a kid. Or like I enjoyed it just as much as other Kirby games back in the day, but it has been a long time since I've played it, so. I don't have too strong of an opinion on that game right now. Oh, I like Samus Returns more than most people do. I don't know if Samus Returns was really hated, but I really liked Samus Returns. How is Squeak Squad actively disliked, or is that a similar situation where people are like, it's fine, but just kind of unremarkable? Yeah, that was probably part of it. Like, yeah, it does have some repetitive bosses and stuff like that, but I still really enjoyed it. Like, I feel like Dread's good controls are largely present in Samus Returns, too. It's considered the worst mainline game by a decent margin. Yeah, I'll have to play it again. See what I think. Cows take forever. How much of fall am I getting through here? I feel like not many. Is that enough to finish the rest of these months in just 2 days of streaming? I don't know. Bum. Okay. Yeah, I kind of interesting you bringing up lost levels, because some of those older ones are divisive. Like, Zelda 2 is another kind of divisive one that I still like quite a bit. Skyward Sword. I like Skyward Sword. I like it quite a bit, but I also would agree that it's probably one of the worst 3D Zeldas. But maybe for different reasons than most people would say. I don't completely hate the motion controls. I think they do add an interesting puzzle element to the combat, which I kind of like. I don't really like the sky, and I don't really like the fact that there's only 3 areas that you revisit. Even if they do change them up a decent amount, I felt like it just felt a little bit less there to explore than other Zelda games. Yeah, similar about Shining Magneton. Probably my least favorite 3D Zelda, but it's still fun. It's still enjoyable. So that one's probably up there. Did you play HD, though, without the motion controls, Sphere Navigator? Did you do the normal controls? I guess you could still get the... I guess it still has the puzzle combat stuff. Just without the motion control aspects. I can't remember. I'll be honest, did I get Skyward Sword HD? I don't even remember. I think I did. I didn't get it right away, but I think I got it later when I played it. That's really sad that I don't remember, though. I'm kind of disappointed in myself. This is about Zelda 40th Anniversary Switch 2 games, if there are any. We'll see. I haven't said anything yet. Didn't even say anything on the actual day, too. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they will. I can't help but wonder sometimes with the anniversaries if it's like games take so long to make nowadays. How do you plan for that properly? And have they always planned that perfectly, or is there just some convenience lining up of stars? Like, they just go, oh, what's coming out for Mario? Oh, this is the anniversary thing. Mario Galaxy movie. You know, I question how much they're able to prepare in advance, and as opposed to just picking what they currently have made and calling it anniversary celebrations. It wasn't even the button controls, but more just how you approach it. Yeah, I can see that. They announced Wind and Waves. That's true. They did announce it then. Wasn't the initial plan for Wind and Waves to release this year, though? At least according to the leaks. Which, you know, I guess they could push it back, but I wonder if I can't help it if their plan was to release it this year. Initially. Go to bed. What do we got? One more day? 2 more days, actually, probably out of this. You say that, Nenson Dubois, but a lot of people, to play it legit, as opposed to buying a used copy for hundreds of dollars, I think a lot of people have gladly accepted that price tag from the look of it. I haven't gotten it, but I think plenty of people have been happy to get it that way, as opposed to having to fork over an arm and a leg for a used copy. You can link and trade with people with the game, though. It's just local right now. And they also added the event stuff, too. And frankly, personally, I prefer digital shop games over NSO. Like, I'd rather just play a game and have it on my system, pay for a game and have it on my system than a service that I have to keep paying for. I don't know. I'm not too fussy about it. Like, personally, I'd rather see the revival of the eShop over... Or, like, if both can exist in parallel, because this game does well enough, I'd support it. I'd prefer that to the current situation. Now, would I want every GBA game to be $20? I don't know about that, but... But I'm not going to fuss about companies making old games available to modern audiences, even if people are used to, you know, getting for free on ROM sites. I fully support, honestly, devs wanting to, or offering their games in that format. Actually, Nintendo's already better than most companies in that regard, I think, even if it is the NSO. I do think Nintendo makes a lot of their retro catalog available, more than most companies do. Do, 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 do. Oh, you just don't like that they did just Fire Red and Leaf Green? I think the others will come. Especially if these ones do well, which it seems like they are. It would have been cool to have all of them at once, I agree. I can't help but wonder if it's partly inspired by the fact that they did Gen 1 and 2 already on the 3DS, so they wanted to do something different this time around. So I bet the others are coming. If I were a betting man. It is a little odd to release them in that order, I suppose, but like I said, I have a feeling it's somewhat inspired by it being a game. It's like one of the games that hasn't been available for the longest time. Because at least the other two were on the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. Fire Red Leaf Green hasn't been available for purchase in a gazillion years. But I also imagine they don't want to release them all at once. Especially, so like, I can understand with NSO not wanting it to be drip fed, but when it comes to releasing games that you have to pay for, a company's going to cannibalize their own sale if they do it all at once, you know? Like, if they released every Pokemon game all at once, people are going to be more likely to only get one, as opposed to, you know, if you do one every few months. Or whatever the time frame is. Like, I'm not surprised a company would prefer to not do it all at once. That kind of makes sense. That's how, you know, Nintendo tries to spread out their releases throughout the year, too. They're not just released as soon as they're ready. So I kind of get it. Oh! I just slipped on the sign. Ba-ba-ba-ba. But I mean, I still empathize with what you're saying. Being able to get everything at once would be cool. Starting from the first ones would be cool. But I see why they did it the way they did it. I have not played Coliseum or XD, so I have no idea what those are like. The Japanese word for snot is literally nose water. Thank you for that random tidbit of the day, CG. It's a direct sequel to Coliseum? That's funny, I didn't know that. I know absolutely nothing about those games other than that they exist. I don't know what gameplay is like. I've never seen anyone or never heard anyone describe them. Since when can I walk across from the left to the right? Since when can I go down here? The new things I discover. Oh, I forgot about the rabbit. Whoops. Might be too late. They're all about the battle system. Nope. Oh, wait, no, I do know Pokemon Coliseum. No, wait. What's the N60? No, it's Pokemon Stadium. I don't know what Coliseum is. Because those games are all about the combat too, right? Where am I going? I think I might have forgotten to do this yesterday. Coliseum was basically Gen 3 Stadium, but they had a story campaign and played some all the side activities. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not crazy looking forward to those games. But who knows? Maybe I'll be surprised. Oh, too bad I had to wait. I mean, I guess would it be faster to run left and right? I don't know. The screen, like, time passes, but you do have to wait for the screen transition, so I don't know. All right, next day, I think is going to be my last. How many am I averaging per day? 20, if it's 10 minutes per day, which it seems like it might be a little more than that. If it's 10 minutes per day, that's 6 times 4, 24. Ooh, that's not quite enough. I don't know, it might still be or it might be Tuesday after next when I finish this game. I guess I wasted a bit of time well, no, because now I'm timing it for these recent days, so I don't know. It would be interesting if they ran the eShop in parallel to NSO. I don't know what I would do in that case. I already have a lot of those games at this point, though, like the original games. And if I have NSO, then I probably wouldn't buy very many of them, as much as I prefer that method, I guess. I don't know, I guess with the NSO, you do save a lot of money if you were going to try to buy all those games for, like, let's just say their Wii U price. So I don't completely hate the NSO in some ways. Or, like, that method, I should say. But it was the last GameCube game you bought. You can capture Pokemon in Coliseum. Oh, I'm thinking of Stadium again. Because I feel like when I saw Stadium, you don't capture Pokemon in that, right? Or can you still? Ba-ba-ba. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the future of the NSO is. Like, as it is right now, I like it. It's just, you know, concerns for the future and how available those games will be later on. It'll be interesting to see how long Nintendo maintains it, if they always do, what they do if it won't. Like, what they'll do if they ever decide not to run it. Would that day ever even come? I feel like it's been so, like, good for them right now that that doesn't seem like there's any chance they'll get rid of it, but you don't know what the future holds, you know? What's the success right now may someday fade into obscurity. At the very least, I think they'll always have something, though. As long as Nintendo exists, I think they're going to make their old games available in some form. Third-party games are probably the most questionable ones. Nintendo first-party stuff I'm not as concerned about. Third-party ones, yeah, more so. Yeah, I think that is one benefit about the NSO. I would agree. There's some games on there that I've tried that I played Crystalist and I loved it. I don't think I would have bought that. I tried Demon Crest. That one kind of surprised me too. Like, I don't know if I would have ever paid for that one, but I tried it on NSO and I liked it. So there are definitely aspects I like of it. Absolutely. I think it's going to live for a long time, though. I do think it's going to live for a while. I don't think it's going to die anytime soon. Man, this cow stuff takes so long. I know. Every time you guys have said XD, I've thought about the emoticon. You guys want to hear my... For some reason, saying the word emoticon just made me think of a rant that I sometimes have. I hate how the hash symbol has been called the hashtag, because the whole point was that it was a hash symbol tagging things. Like, it's just a hash. Amongst other possible names like pound and number sign, but... The term hashtag originated because it was called the hash symbol, not the hashtag symbol. And now people just call it the hashtag symbol, even though... It was a hash that was tagging your post. A hash symbol. There's my salty rant. That symbol's been called a few things. It's been called a pound sign. It's been called a pound sign is like phones. Hash is more of a computer programmer terminology for it, but it's been around. The term hash has been around longer than Twitter, and that's where hashtag came from. Was the hash term? It has a few different names, so I guess I can't be too mad because it already had a lot of names, but hashtag literally originated from hash sign. Do-do-do-do. I heard it in school when talking about computer science. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. I think in programming circles back in the day it was called hash more commonly. I think. Rabbit. Yeah, I want to say if you were to say what's this symbol, well, I might say hash these days. I used to I maybe would have said pound, but in Swedish it's just the square. You've never heard a pound? Wow, you've only heard a number sign. A hash character, known also as an octothorpe number sign or pound sign, is widely used to denote numbers. Oh, hash is more of a North American thing. Wait, no, that's after the comma. Is the pound sign more of a North American thing? I'm actually not sure. Oh! Interesting. Apparently the hash symbol comes from British English. Wait, no. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I would think that would be a pound, though. That's just so confusing. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, that being the pound. That's what you mean. All right, that is going to be the last thing for today. I'm trying to see when it was first called hash. Yeah, in the United Kingdom, Australia, it is frequently called a hash. Programmers use this term for hashing, it says. All right. Let me just go ahead and call it quits here for today, though. I'm looking at hash stuff at the end of my stream. Let me go ahead and end the timer for today.